tamu undangan yang telah hadir di Hotel Alila Solo diharapkan untuk segera memasuki ballroom Hotel Alila dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih. Hadirin sekalian yang telah datang di Hotel Alila Solo, harap segera memasuki ballroom hotel karena acara akan segera dimulai. Hadirin sekalian yang telah datang di Ballroom Hotel Alila, harap mengisi tempat duduk di depan terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih.
Good morning, selamat pagi. Saya Adeline. I'm Adeline Windy from Singing Bowl Indonesia. So, thank you so much. Pagi ini saya akan memainkan Singing Bowl dan saya berharap Bapak Ibu yang hadir di sini dapat menikmatinya. So, for a few minutes ahead, please close your eyes. Silahkan tutup mata, relax bahu, pelankan nafas Anda. Bahunya rileks, kaki rileks, tarik nafas pelan dari lubang hidung, lalu buang nafas pelan dari lubang hidung. Inhale slowly from your nose, and then exhale slowly from your nose. Jadikan ini sebagai a meditation moment for you. Just listen to the sound of the singing bowls. So the benefit of singing bowls, we know that the sound of the singing bowls can lower our brainwave from beta to alpha and to theta. The second thing is we use the vibrations as a therapeutic massage. So for example, if you see me or some therapists using the singing bowls and they place the singing bowls upon to our body, and then our body can absorb the vibrations generating by the singing bowls. Jadi singing bowl tidak hanya digunakan untuk memberhentikan hujan, Bapak Ibu, ya, tapi lebih banyak gunanya untuk meditasi karena suaranya dikenal bisa menurunkan gelombang otak kita dan getarannya itu memiliki pengaruh yang kuat terhadap tubuh kita. Vibrasinya sangat konstan dan dia bisa masuk ke dalam lapisan tubuh kita yang halus, yaitu disebut sebagai fascia, dan dia bisa releasing the tension, dia bisa meluruhkan ketegangan-ketegangan yang ada di dalam tubuh kita. Itu saja, terima kasih banyak. If you need some information about singing bowls, please check our Instagram, Singing Bowl Indonesia, and then also Adeline Windy. Matur suksma, thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Selamat pagi kepada tamu undangan, narasumber, hadirin sekalian di IWTCF 2022 langsung dari Hotel Alila Solo. Semoga hadirin sekalian dalam keadaan sehat, bahagia dan selalu semangat ya pada pagi hari ini di hari kedua. Selamat datang dalam acara International Wellness Tourism Conference and Festival 2022 yang bertemakan Sustainability Strategy for the Recovery and Growth of World Tourism through Wellness Tourism for All. Baik hadirin sekalian, tadi kita sudah sama-sama menyaksikan ya, ada wellness moment yang ditampilkan oleh Mbak Adeline. Sungguh membuat kita di sini semuanya rileks dan merasa segar dan semakin semangat tentunya ya. Terima kasih kepada Mbak Adeline, boleh minta tepuk tangannya. Baik, selanjutnya ini ada video dari Wellness Indonesia. Baik hadirin sekalian, tamu undangan dan para narasumber, tanpa berlama-lama lagi, mari kita mulai panel diskusi kita yang pertama pada pagi hari ini. Diskusi kali ini akan membahas mengenai wellness tourism destination, sustainability and longevity. Mari kita sambut moderator kita pada topik kali ini, yaitu Ibu Yoke Darmawan. Beri tepuk tangan. Baik, kepada Ibu Yoke, waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Pagi yang sangat berbahagia, kita semua menikmati singing bowl. Saya sepertinya agak ngantuk, ini bagaimana kalau kita mulai diskusi dengan rejuvenation. Tapi luar biasa, sungguh merupakan kesempatan yang sangat berharga saya bisa berdiri di sini. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's such a pleasure for me to be here in this important and very prestigious event. My name is Yoke Darmawan and I come all the way from Bali to join and be part of this important event. Today, I'll be accompanied by very interesting speakers, diversity from many different backgrounds, many different disciplinary, and that's what make this discussion interesting. Pagi ini kita akan menampilkan berbagai pembicara dari latar belakang yang berbeda pula. Inilah yang membuat acara ini akan menjadi sangat menarik. Yang kita harapkan dari diskusi ini adalah membawa pulang pembelajaran baru, inisiatif baru, dan semoga menjadi inspirasi untuk kita terus maju dan membawa Indonesia wellness diversity ke tingkat global. And of course we hope that this discussion will bring you a new learning, a new inspiration and motivational to bring the wellness, the diversity of Indonesia wellness to the global level. Ladies and gentlemen, let me call our speakers. The first one, oh, I need my glasses. I'm getting old, so I need to get my glasses on. The first one, for the best practice on aromatherapy wellness destination, I would like to invite Natasha Clarin Mintarga to come and join me. Let's give a big hand for Natasha. Natasha is the founder and CEO of Rumah Atsiri Indonesia. Hello, Natasha. Yes. Good morning. And the second speaker is Dr. Pauline Suwandi from Bogor Senior Hospital, Diplomat of American Board of International Medicine in Geriatric Medicine, as well as Diplomat of American Board of International Medicine. And let's welcome Dr. Pauline Suwandi. And then the next one online, I will have Dr. Nad Yungpak, the Director of National Center of Forest Therapy, one of the agencies affiliated with the Korea Forest Welfare Institute. Hello there. You get connected online. And then the next one is Ms. Wening Lastri, Project Officer of Pasar Paringan Ngadi Prono. Can we have a big hand for Wening Lastri to join us? Hello, Wening. And then Dr. Mrs. Megan Pepperhand from Bali Spirit Festival founder, the same Balinese a village of mine, promoting promoting sustainability and wellness tourism through a festival. the Bali Spirit Festival. Hello, Megan. Good to see you. And then, last but not least, the gentleman, one and only, to join this discussion. We promise to be nice to him, Mr. Matthew Luke Tanu Itsuada, Product Manager of Talasi, PT Talasi True Origin on Sustainability in Practice. Hello there. Fantastic speakers for this morning, and then I will start with Ned. Hello, Ned, how are you? You look gorgeous as always, you know, Ned. Still young, but so much experience, and this is amazing when we talk about Rumah at Siri, Indonesia.
You have been there?
Yes, I stayed there for a week and I fell in love. Such a beautiful place. Tell us, what is wellness for you? And why aromatherapy and why essential oil?
Okay, so hello everybody. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Well, wellness to me is, I will just keep it very simple. It's basically well-being, focused lifestyle. That's it. So it's a lifestyle that we do every single day, the choices that we make every single day for our well-being. Whereas why aromatherapy and why Rumah at Siri, maybe that's just, I have some presentation.
Oh, fantastic. We want to learn more because it's really bringing a lot of attachment on how fragrance, bringing healings, bringing the well-being and a lifestyle at the same time, yet educational. Please do.
Okay. So before I talk further about Rumah at Siri and about aromatherapy, here's a short visual, a short video of what it looks like for those of you who have never been to our place.
Rumah Atsiri, Indonesia. Such a gorgeous, beautiful place. Oh, we were looking forward to learn more. What we going to learn this time? Yes, please. You okay there? The microphone, would you like to use my microphone? Yeah?
I think it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, Yoko just asked me to stand, so I guess it's better. It's more casual, I guess. So before I start talking about Rumah Atsiri and about what wellness destination is, so maybe I should just give a context first about what is wellness destination really, and especially in our context. So I forgot my clicker there.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Okay, since it's a tourism conference, where do tourism and destinations actually play a part in the wellness industry? So I came down to this. Basically, there are two main components of a wellness destination. First, it's wellness choice architecture, and then second is the spirit of place. The intersection between these two elements is actually what defines wellness destination. Okay, now wellness choice architecture. What is it? So I screenshot a Wikipedia explanation of choice architecture. Basically, choice architecture is the choices given. So the options given first before everything else. So for example, when you have a banana in your house and then you put it on the table and you put your, some other unhealthy snacks inside the cabinet, you will more likely to eat the banana because you can see it. So wellness choice architecture is we give more choices, especially about wellness, upfront. Okay. And here in Rumah Atsiri, we divide our wellness core content into 5 contents. So the first one is physical activity, the second one, food and nutrition, the third one, therapies, and then herbs and supplement, and the last one is aromatherapy. Next time, maybe I should put aromatherapy first. Okay, so this is a wellness choice architecture. Okay, next. What about a spirit of place? Spirit of place is basically a culture of a place, a history of a place. It's people, it's heritage, it's everything that is unique about a place. So it's a spirit of place. Right. Now, the intersection, the wellness destination. So now we know about wellness choice architecture, so the choices about wellness, as many as possible. And the spirit of place is an identity, a DNA about a place. So wellness destination is a place or environment or ecosystem that provides wellness experiences within the context of local story and culture. So it's really very simple because wellness is, as I mentioned earlier, it's a lifestyle. Okay, now that we gave context to it, let's move on to what we do in Rumah Atsiri to deliver all those wellness contents. Okay, Rumah Atsiri opened its doors to customers, to visitors, first on 2018, the mid of 2018. So we transform a citronella factory, okay, used to be a factory, it's actually a heritage building, and turn it into now aromatic wellness destination. Right, a short history. History is not a boring thing because in Rumah Atsiri we are so proud about our history. It's our DNA, it is our spirit of place. Originally, Rumah Atsiri was a factory built in 1963, initiated by Indonesia's first president, Sukarno. It was a partnership between two countries, Indonesia and Bulgaria, meant to be the biggest essential oil factory in Asia. But then due to some political issues, it turned to a private sector in 1986. Before eventually acquired by Rumah Atsiri in late 2015, we did a renovation for about 2 years and opened for public in 2018. So we found these pictures inside an old cabinet. This was how the factory looked like. About Rumah Atsiri now and how we transform it into now. We have 3 core values. The first one is aroma, again, because its history, it was meant to be the biggest essential oil factory in Asia. So aroma or aromatherapy plays a big part in our DNA, in our spirit of place. And then the second one is about wellness. Wellness is our core content, it's our backbone, it's why we are doing whatever we are doing today. And then the third one is sustainability. Why sustainability? I mean, sustainability is definitely a must now, because otherwise how are we going to run this business in the long run if we don't practice sustainable development roadmap? And okay, how we deliver all those 3 values are through these 3 deliveries. Okay, the first one is through education, because now in Rumah Atsiri we have museum, we have tours, we have workshops, classes, and so on. And then second is through hospitality. And then the third one is through wellness products. Right, now about the sustainability. We all know there's this infamous 17 SDGs by UN, okay? We try to focus on currently 5 of them. Maybe later in the future we can add more. Namely, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 8, and number 12. I will explain further. Okay, what do we do to achieve SDG number 3? Good health and well-being. Well, this is going to be very short since we are doing it, doing our business in wellness industry. Definitely, we are promoting this SDG. And then number 4, quality education. So all of our activities, we want education to come first. So all the activities are related to edu recreation, and then moreover we also provide and just launch some vocational institutions and trainings. And then number 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. As you all can see, I am a woman. So it's a woman-led company, and apparently I also work best with women. So 58% of our leaders, they are all female. Okay, then SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth. Majority of our welfares are currently millennials and Gen Z, with I think more than 60% of them our neighbors, the locals surrounding our area. Okay, the last one is number 12, ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. We are trying to make consumption regenerative. So everything 360, also about our people, the building, the design, everything about our consumption, we try our best to make them regenerative. Okay, so that's about the sustainability, about the spirit of place, about the wellness of our place. So what's actually inside Rumah Atsiri? So here's a pretty picture of our Marigold Plaza. So we are an aromatic wellness destination. We have many activities related to essential oils, education, wellness. We have glampings, we have workshop, restaurant, programs, stores. You can see the picture here. Yep, it's just a short video of the 3 main attractions that we have. The shops, the museum, also the garden. So if you visit our place, we have tour guides once like every hour or every 30 minutes. If you want to take a tour in our garden or museum, you can ask our tour guides to accompany you. Yeah, so this is our gardens. Our gardens have more than 100, I don't know, I lost count, maybe now 170 or 180 aromatic plants. And then the museum. Okay, we explain about the history of essential oils, also its applications in daily lives now. And the shops, we have plant shops, we have merchandise shop, we have aromatic shops, definitely, since its theme is essential oil. And our newest addition is the glamping. I believe you have stayed there before. Yeah, so the glamping, it's not just an accommodation. So we provide, because most of our customers, most of our visitors, they came from, all around Indonesia. So if they think it's not enough to just spend the day in Rumah Asri, they can stay over and prolong their programs in our glamping. So that's about Rumah Asri right now. And what's the plan? The plan in the medium run. I won't say long run. I talked about this earlier with Arlene. Then she said, no, it's not in the long run. It's in the medium run. Okay, in the medium run, we have this plan called Sabuk Lawu. So Sabuk Lawu plan is we are trying to bring as many destinations as possible in our area, especially in Tawangmangu, since now there are many educational wellness factories and researchers already in Tawangmangu. So we want to bring everybody together and maybe more people, so we can make Tawangmangu as the forefront integrated area of herbal wellness, all in one destination. Well, hopefully we can be able to reach our medium run target soon.
Wow.
So
that is amazing. Sabuk Lawu Master Plan.
Correct.
This is going to be another amazing Tawangmangu wellness destinations.
Okay, so this is our area. If you have time, maybe you can visit.
Okay.
It's 1 hour away from Solo. So thank you so much.
Yes, this will definitely go to the agenda. We all going to Tawangmangu to look at Rumah Asri Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand for Natasha Clarin Mintarga for her best practice on aromatherapy wellness destination. Certainly something that very educational, integrated wellness destination for real. My next speaker, thank you, Nat. My next speaker is Dr. Pauline Suwandi on wellness destination for elderly. Doctor, am I old enough for listening to your presentation? What is old actually? I feel old all the time, Am I old enough for this elderly category, or what you call older adult?
Oh, basically,
What is
there's-
old? What is elderly?
old is just a state of mind.
I like that. Okay, thank you
But
very
age,
much.
we
That's
still
what
need
we want to
define
hear.
age, unfortunately, for political or policy making.
Right.
Jadi umur itu perlu juga untuk kira-kira ya statistik,
Okay.
untuk politik, bikin peraturan. So age is still we need as part of the identity, part of identification, or demography and stuff. But old is just a state of mind.
I'd like to hear that. Thank you very much. But getting older, facing transformation, basically lack of activities and you know, dysfunctional organs lead to emotional and health issue, all different kind of things. In your perspective and experience, what kind of health and wellness retreat, best practice on wellness tourism is all about?
I think the principle will be there are things that science can do, but there are also things that nature can do. Like we have to combine what is not fulfilled by science with fulfilled by nature, because there are only certain things that science can teach us. So humbled with all the different presentations today, like my aches and sores all healed by singing bowls this morning.
Yes, this morning is
So,
just amazing rejuvenation.
Yes. Instead of taking pills, maybe a lot of things we can do by nature. So maybe let me start with my presentation
Yes,
about what
please.
science can do and what science cannot do.
Excellent. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Dr. Pauline.
Why is it my slide won't proceed? Oh, yeah, this is my humble CV. I was trained mainly abroad, trained in internal medicine in New York and then geriatric medicine also. Served as a faculty member for a few years also in New York. Ah. Okay, basically this all the content of my talk agenda. A bit of older adult demography. Don't get very depressed on this. Jangan stress dulu. Some preventive measures that science already proven that these all are beneficial. Some physiology of aging, very simple ones. What the hospital can do, and then what is the bottom line for all this? I think I should be the last speaker, but it's okay. Never mind. Forgive me about this very busy slide. Basically, this is just to tell that a lot of older adults will spend a lot of time in hospital. Oops, sorry. Okay, so 4 pairs of slides. The 2 is paired between the population and the hospital discharges. But bottom line, older adult will spend some time in hospital. Lansia, akhirnya banyak yang harus masuk rumah sakit. Berapa hari, how many days spent there is a question. Yeah, they spend a lot of money too in hospital. Uangnya banyak juga keluar di rumah sakit. Okay, so older adult, yeah, not to depress you too much. There are several diseases that can kill older adult, especially because of their physiology. Pada prinsipnya beberapa penyakit itu lebih banyak di lansia dan bisa mematikan, seperti atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. So I combined heart and strokes in one category as atherosclerotic cardiovascular diseases. Number 2 is cancer. Everybody's very scared of cancer. Penyakit kanker, semuanya takut karena harus kemoterapi, sama sekali nggak enak. The third is COVID. Oops.
Tolong technical dibantu ibunya. Yes, thank you. And then Alzheimer.
Okay, COVID. We all know about COVID in older adult. 80% of all COVID-related deaths are in older adult. 80% kematian dari COVID terjadi di lansia. Dan kadang-kadang mati bisa mengerikan juga dan sendirian. It could be quite scary experience with all the astronaut-looking people and all the tubes, all the painful procedures. Alzheimer's disease, penyakit Alzheimer, pikun, pada prinsipnya orang akan lupa, pikun, dan akhirnya kehilangan kemampuan untuk membantu diri sendiri untuk hidup sehari-hari. They lost their ability to live independently. They need other people to help with activity of daily living. So what we can do at this time, the preventive measures that we know is scientifically proven to help is one is risk factor identification for atherosclerotic cardiovascular diseases, early detection for cancer, and then vaccinations. Sejauh ini yang lebih diketahui adalah pencegahan untuk kardiovaskuler, kanker, deteksi dini, dan vaksinasi. Untuk penyakit atherosclerosis, atherosclerotic cardiovascular risk factors, 3, hypertension, diabetes, hyperlipidemia. That's why we all check for this in medical checkups. And then cancer screening, deteksi dini untuk penyakit kanker. Sejauh ini hanya 3 kanker yang diketahui program deteksinya. Kanker payudara dengan mamogram, kanker usus besar dengan kolonoskopi, dan kanker leher rahim dengan pap smear. Breast cancer, colon cancer, and cervical cancer. These 3. The only proven cancer screening early detection program that is proven to save life. The rest of it, questionable. Vaccination is also important. While it's not very popular, but at least we do vaccinate for COVID-19. This one is very important. But pneumonia and influenza is also important. And yeah, we can talk about this later. Okay, how about hospital? As we all know, older adults spend a lot of time and money in hospital. So we have to have a solid hospital medicine practice with appropriate diagnosis, appropriate medication, appropriate tests, high-value care, and patient-centered. Number 2 will be continuity of care, coordination with the outpatient, home care, and other providers, and then communication. So basically, at this time, we have good resources for medical practice. Thank you to COVID-19 with all the work from home. We have this up to date. I'm not trying to be their paid spokesperson or anything, but basically all these organizations here are non-profit, and they are all practicing high-value care, basically to improve health, to avoid harms, and eliminate wasteful practices, to create equality of health for all. Pada prinsipnya ini semua sebenarnya non-profit, like American College of Physicians, Society of Hospital Medicine, American Board of Internal Medicine. Ini semua mempromosikan high value care. Pada prinsipnya untuk meningkatkan tingkat kesehatan, menghindari cedera, dan untuk mengurangi praktek-praktek kesehatan yang membuang-buang waktu, tenaga, dan uang. Sehingga terjadi persamaan dari semua. Yeah, improve a lot from my original presentation. When we come to older adult, we have to come with talk of lifespan. Untuk lansia kita selalu bicara tentang berapa lama lagi bisa hidup. Apalagi, especially when faced with other conditions like stage 4 cancer, advanced dementia, organ failures, and it's just simply fail to improve with appropriate medical treatment. Ya, umur orang tergantung. Apalagi jika ada kondisi seperti kanker stadium lanjut, ya 4 is the number, 4 udah cukup, nggak ada yang stadium 5. Demensia atau pikun yang sudah sangat berat, gagal berbagai organ, kadang-kadang lebih dari 1, atau di rumah sakit tanpa banyak kemajuan yang berarti. Akhirnya mana yang lebih menguntungkan, mana yang lebih sebenarnya jika ilmu pengetahuan kedokteran sudah tidak bisa mengobati. When science comes to end, or at least we know what device or intervention is less painful, cheaper and better, why not? And then we stress more to the meals, sleep, aromatherapy, activity, beneficial for the mind, for the soul. Yeah, our facility is spacious enough for family reunions. Open spaces, good for COVID. Even our emergency room is spacious enough for emergency family meeting.
Wow, Dr. Pauline, I always scared to look into hospital facilities, but what you have presented to us is very educational when we really learn from this. And then I think prevention is needed, and then not to get to the stage that it is too late. And at the same time, we were just talking about aromatherapy as part of the hospital in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand for Dr. Pauline Suwandi on wellness destination for senior citizen, for elderly. And I think this is going to have a very big potential in Indonesia, right, doctor? Especially in Bali, in places where nature so close to medical facilities.
Yes. Eventually, I want to reach to faraway places, such as Bali or
Bogor. Bogor is already there.
Place, yeah.
Already there. I don't
city.
wish to go and visit, but I think it's nice to get to know what the facilities are there, and then the future of the medical tourism in Indonesia. It will be something that is attractive for elderly people, older adults, as you said.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pauline. Next, we go to Climate Change Adaptation Initiative, Healing Forests as Eco-Wellness Destination. And I have Dr. Nan Yong Pek, Korea Forest Welfare Institute, and she's online. Hello, Dr. Pek. Hello, Dr. Pek.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello,
I'm
good
here.
morning. How are you there?
Good morning. Good.
You good?
Okay, yes, I'm starting presentation. Okay.
I haven't seen.
Hello, everyone. I'm back.
Please go ahead.
I start. Okay.
Yes, you can start.
I'm back, Nanyang. Okay, Nanyang, and I work at the Korean Forest Welfare Institute.
Doctor, would you like
I'm
to wait
very
for a
honored
second?
to-
Would you like to wait for a second
No.
until technical? We have not seen your presentation on big screen yet.
Oh.
We wait for a
Oh,
while.
really? Okay.
Let me introduce the National Center of Forest Therapy is one of the agencies affiliated with the Korea Forest Welfare Institute. That's correct, yeah? A government agency in sustainable forest management that has expanded in the forest education centers for people to experience healing, healthcare, leisure, and sport related to the forest ecosystem. Wow, Indonesia has a lot of forests. This is going to be a fantastic learning if we can exchange and collaborate on this. Among other holistic mission, the agency is working to highlight benefits of the forest for people to maintain a healthcare, lifestyle, and physical and emotional. Saya ingin tahu lebih banyak mengenai perihal ini, sangat menarik. Apakah presentasi Dr. bisa ditampilkan di screen? Sudah siap. Okay, now we can see your presentation. Welcome and we can see you. You beautiful.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so I start the presentation. I'm Beng Young and I work at the Korea Forest Welfare Institute. I'm very honored to present in this event. At first, I was surprised when I received the presentation topic because I was able to find out how Indonesia tourism industry had interest in healing forest. So I hope my presentation can help in the development of Indonesia's vision on eco-wellness tourism. The presentation will be done in this order. First is the introduction. If you search eco-tour on Google, programs such as the national parks mainly popped up. If you search wellness tour, the following images shows. Clicking on this site, you can see that the programs are mainly yoga, spa, meditation, and expert teach this on places, beaches, and resorts. Some of the findings lead can be found on my main point. Eco-wellness takes place not on beaches or resorts, but on forest. And adding this with yoga, spa, and meditation will create a new type of eco-wellness tour for Indonesia. This type is somewhat similar to Korea's healing forest. Therefore, I want to propose a possibility of eco-wellness having final destination as forest healing by describing Korea's forest healing program. And I searched up the Indonesia's forest characteristics. As a result, forests of Indonesia are the third largest tropical forest in the world and one of the greatest biodiversity hotspots on Earth. However, there are less tourist attractions related to abundant forest resources. If so, how have forest resources been used so far? Starting from the 1950s and throughout 2016, various resources were obtained from the forests. However, problems regarding deforestation start to appear at the beginning of the 21st century. Most of the forests were used for economic benefits by the governments, making Indonesia the second highest primary forest loss area, as you can see on the graph. This resulted in problems such as economic losses, a threat to indigenous people who depend on ecosystem services for their livelihoods, and detrimental impact on global climate. Indonesia's deforestation rates hit a historic low in 2020, thanks to the government. However, experts fear a rebound if the low oil palm prices increase again and the pandemic ends. Therefore, it is necessary to come up with a plan that can lead to a continuous decrease in deforestation. According to experts, restoration and conservation activities can create jobs which local people can actively involve in, and non-timber forest resources as well as ecosystems serve are abundant in Indonesia and can be managed sustainable without destroying forests. These are some suggestions, but a more specific one is spots from beach to forest. How can you make forest tourism thrive? Regarding this question, I will provide an example from Korea. Different from Indonesia's forest, Korea's forest consists of natural, artificial, and endangered class trees. The reason Korea has a lot of artificial forests is due to social events. Japanese occupation and the Korean War lead to massive deforestation. To recover from this, the government led a two-level reforestation project since 1970 and was successful, allowing Korea to thrive with the green area. After that, we did not just stop there, but further went on with making policies that promote forest welfare. This is a three-step policy. The reforestation project continued until 1987, and policies for making recreation forest centers were created after that. Moving on, enactment of the Forest Welfare Promotion Act shifted forest tourism to forest welfare, bring forth bigger developments. This led to establishment of the Korea Forest Welfare Institute. Okay, from now on, I will refer to the Korean Forest Welfare Institute as FOI. FOI was established in 2016 under Korea Forest Service, and its main goal is to mainly enhance people's lifestyle through forest welfare service. There are 16 affiliated organizations, and I serve as the head of National Healing Forest Center, Yangpyeong, which is near Seoul. Korea Forest Welfare is carried out just as this picture shows, with the law enacting first, and then comes establishment. Korea welfare may be a new concept to you guys. Its definition is economic, social, emotional assistance. Design. Okay. Sorry. Designed to enhance the people's well-being through government to provide forest-based welfare service. Who is the main target? As it can be seen on the picture, customize forest welfare by life cycle from birth to death. Provide people with the opportunity to improve their health through various forest service. Forest welfare can be divided into 5 main services. The affiliated organizations are divided into 4 groups by concept. Okay. National Forest Education Center, National Forest Therapy Center, National Healing Forest Center, and National Forest Memorial Park. Our main tasks are encouraging forest welfare experts, register specialized forest welfare business, researching forest welfare, and green lottery fund. A forest welfare expert is a person who provides forest welfare services. In order to qualify as a forest welfare expert, one must complete a certain level of training courses set by the government. There are 4 different types, as it can be seen on right picture. Okay, this is the picture taken from a Korean newspaper. The person on the left is an Indonesian person who was the first foreigner to obtain a forest interpreter license during his master's degree. Okay, now I want to talk more deeply about Korea's healing forest. Yangpyeongning Forest Center opened in 2017, and pine tree, tamaracks, and nut pines are the main species. I will present what our forest does by mainly describing its programs, the facilities, management, and connection with the local community. First, the facilities. To revive the local economy, there are no accommodation nor dining facilities in the forest. And there are 12 different forest trails, and one of the trails, the barriers-free trail, is currently going through construction for the handicapped to comfortably walk. The picture of the main part of our forest, minimal damage to the forest, and the use of environmental friendly materials are the fundamental ideas. And because most of the activities are done within the forest, man-made buildings are at its minimum. Within the forest center, there is a body composition analysis room, as well as an auditorium and a room for indoor activity. We either get help from the Korea Forest Service or often manage the forest ourselves. We plan to do pest control, carry out forest fire extinguished exercise, prepare possible floods, weed, and remove fallen trees.
Dr. Nang
Forest
Pik,
therapy is
my apology to interrupt.
okay.
We're gonna fast forward a little bit as the time is limited, and let's look into
Okay.
Indonesia on the later stage. And because I would love to get to know more about nature-based potential in Indonesia as a destination for eco-wellness as well as the wellness tourism destination. Later on, maybe we can look into that,
Okay,
or
I
we
got
can
it.
jump to that point in just few quick
Okay,
notes.
so I skipped my presentation. So through the healing forest, we okay.
Now it's your turn to shine. This is about Indonesia,
Okay.
right? Yes.
Okay,
Just
yes, Indonesia has. I think you need to the more basic information. That's why I explained my country's case study. So, but time is limited, so skip on
okay.
that.
Excellent.
Okay, I got it.
So thank you so
Okay.
much, Dr. Nayun Young. We're going to come back to you on how Indonesia can learn and collaborate in
Okay.
terms of healing forests in the future. I love the concept, and I think this is something that Indonesia, Korea can look into it
Okay.
in detail. Thank you so much, ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen. Let's give a big hand for
Okay.
Nayun Young. Then thank you so much. Stay with us. Don't go. Because
Okay.
my next speaker will be very different.
Yeah.
We are talking about regenerative destination, something very simple but yet important when it comes to community-based. The Pasar Pangringan Conservation Project that has transformed a bamboo forest used for waste dumping into a local community market selling co-friendly handcrafts, culinary, and farm products. Wow. Can you tell us more, Wening? Silakan, Wening. Langsung saja. Silakan. Ya, langsung bicara.
Saya bantu bisa?
Yes.
Ya, oke.
Silakan.
Oh,
Ada presentasinya ya. Pasar Pangringan, a story from a rural backyards. Fantastic. Silakan.
yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, My name is Uning Lastri. I'm representing the Pasar Papringan project from Temanggung. And here I'm assisting the community in Pasar Papringan. Yeah. Maybe I will just tell you a simple story from our backyard. Maybe that you might forgotten or we never thought about. Yeah. Okay. Next.
Tolong dibantu.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, this is Pasar Papringan Ngadiprono after the reactivation process in 2022. After the COVID outbreak, we have to temporarily close our activity, and then we started again in 2022. Here you can see that we have displayed some traditional and local food. We use natural resources, and then next. This is a simple demographic. Pasar Papringan project open every 35 days in twice, which is in Minggu Wage and Minggu Pon. We use the Japanese calendar system. Each event we have like 2,000 or 4,000 visitors, and there are more than 100 people are involved in the process, but most of them it will be more. Next. Okay, what you see in the first slide, this is what happened in 2016. Why I told you about the things that we never thought about is about the problem in the rural area. It's the problem on how we manage our garbage, and we don't really have about that. And the changing of consumerism. The problem is that people in the past used to use the natural materials, which is easily naturally decomposed, but now people in village also start to use the new material like plastic, which is not easily composed. And then next slide, please. Okay, this is the papringan or the bamboo groove. We use the land under the groove. This is the situation before the development. We use the, space under it, and we try to rebuild it without having the artificial approach on it. And next, next. Okay, and how's the process done? This is how the process done. We try to gather and the local youth and the local people. We also engage and presentate our concept to the local government in the rural context, and we try to approach people there, and then we start to do the social mapping. And then next. Okay, this is how the process is done. We try to rebuild the site with the local and natural resource. Why we use the stone to rebuild the place and make it so the bamboo grooves is usually slippery, and there are many mosquitoes, or it's a place that before it's not comfortable to have activity on it. And then we do it together with the local people in Dusun Ngatiprono. And from something that we never thought about to make something like this. Yeah. This is what the icon of Pasar Papringan. It's a locally made food, cuisine, and then we use natural materials. This is, in Ngatiprono, there are several skilled crafter. They make a new design from bamboo. And I'll be quick. And people in Ngatiprono could also sell their crop directly. And they try to like develop a new package. So, yeah, this is the conclusion. So what is Pasar Papringan aim for? Pasar Papringan is not pure tourism. We didn't aim mainly to attract people to come to our area, but we try to make it a creative trigger for something, for the issues that we never thought about. And we try to use local resource for our activity. And the more important things is how to engage and community to participate in our activity. And then from the activity in Pasar Papringan, we try to change the perspective from something that we have never thought about and to something that we can do anything, and yeah. And then we need to be collaborative. It's not always about the local people, but also the activity also can invite many people from many different areas, many diverse background as a volunteer or as interns or something. And for all the process here, it has to be sustained. This is the hardest thing to do. So yeah, we are still trying to manage how to sustain the idea, how to sustain the people, and how to sustain the resources we have. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, amazing, Miss Wenning, last three from Paringan. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of Papringan?
Yeah, Papringan is the bamboo groove. Pring in Japanese means bamboo.
Right.
And because it's so many pring, we call it Papringan.
Oh, pring is
pring.
the bamboo.
Yeah.
All right. So this concept can be multiplied, can be copy-paste everywhere in Indonesia. That would be great to have such a concept all over Indonesia.
Yeah. But the more important thing is to address the context on where we do this activity. So this cannot be only duplicate, but also we need to doing the mapping or something.
Okay, that's excellent. Just one last question. I think you still have time. What were the main challenges? What are the main challenges?
Yeah, the main challenges now is how to keep the people who are involved in this activity, how to keep motivate them and to keep menyemangati or support them. That is important. And then the commitment, that is the big
The commitment to
Challenge.
make it sustain. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It is such a pleasure for us to learn about the concept and something that Indonesia can certainly look up. Okay, my next speaker is about promoting sustainability and wellness tourism destination through Wellness Festival. One of the most important, the most popular, I have to say, the festival in Bali, which is the Bali Spirit Festival. Hello, Megan. How are you, Megan? A bit about Megan. Before you start your presentation, Megan is also a very serious entrepreneur and social activist with generous soul. Along with her Balinese husband, Pak Kade. Apa kabar Pak Kade? Megan has developed a vibrant group of companies kickstarting yoga tourism in Bali and pioneer wellness retreat in the island. Co-founder of Yoga Barn and Bali Spirit Festival. This is the 14th year.
14th year.
Wow. Celebration of holistic communities, yoga, dance, music in Ubud. I like your quote, generosity make the world go round and the practice of giving will always be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, Megan.
Hi everybody, saya Megan, sudah 30 tahun di Indonesia tapi bahasanya kurang bagus. Maaf sebesarnya sebelumnya, I'll speak English. Very quickly, my slideshow is very panjang, jadi saya kurangi dan cepat-cepat ya untuk jelasin. When we get to the first slide. It's not over here. Oh, here we go.
I think we're going to help.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
We're going to need help for technician to help
Let's
Ibu
see.
Megan, please.
I'm still belajar teknologi di sini.
Yeah. Next slide-nya, tolong.
Yeah. Next slide.
Ada
Bagaimana?
yang bisa bantu?
Okay, here we go. Maaf ya sebentar, saya masih tekan-tekan dan tidak bergerak. Yang mana? Oh, pelan-pelan aja dia ya? Okay. All right. Lambat. Okay. So, dia jalan sendiri. Okay. Setelah Bali bombing 2001-2002, saya mulai website namanya balispirit.com. Itu guide to holistic Bali. Dan rencana saya waktu itu untuk buat satu platform untuk promosikan Bali dari holistic perspective, dari perspektif komunitas. At that time, Bali was suffering from the collapse of the economy and had a reputation of being a place for people to come party and just have fun. And I thought, what about the culture? What about the community? What about our holistic selves? So I created this website, Bali Spirit, and it was a directory for everything in Bali that then exposed these other aspects of tourism, wellness tourism, what is now known as wellness tourism. So you can still find this website, but it's not as important today as it was back then because everyone is involved in the business of wellness. So I guess the main question is, what is wellness in tourism? From my perspective, wellness is looking at the whole holistically. There was a slide earlier, but I already went past it. The holistic whole is thinking about spirituality, the environment, your mental health, your physical body, your financial situation, and your overall community. The way that Bali and Indonesia can bounce back from this most recent issue we've had with the pandemic is by thinking holistically about tourism and seeing how all of these different aspects can come together to sustain tourism in the future. So let's see if I can change the slide. One of the other businesses that I created, along with my husband and partners, in 2007 was the Yoga Barn. At that time, I was thinking holistically, and I thought to myself, how can I create a space for people to come and experience transformation? What will help them transform? So we created a space for yoga, meditation, nature, music, and community, and that is the Yoga Barn. It can be considered a resort, it can be considered a retreat center, but actually, in essence, the Yoga Barn is a space for community. And as someone who has lived in Bali for a very, very, very long time, what I've noticed is that Bali is a place for community. It has attracted community from all over the world to come and find their own personal transformation. And the Balinese people themselves, as many of you know, are constantly practicing spiritually for the betterment of the world and the betterment for Bali and for their own personal transformation and for our blessings and transformation, right? So in addition to the Yoga Barn, we created Yogi's Garden. Yogi's Garden is this amazing place that can be used for transformation. Thank you. It is a forest, very much like Pasar Papringan, right? It's a forest where you can go and walk through the bamboo and the trees and experience nature to find yourself again. And it's organic and an incredible place, right? And it's used as a model now for other companies in Bali to add gardens and nature into their properties. Let's see if I can, next slide. In addition to the Yoga Barn and Yogi's Garden and Bali Spirit, there's Bali Spirit Festival. So going back to the concept of community, when I said that Bali is a place that attracts community, in 2008, we launched Bali Spirit Festival, and the main purpose of Bali Spirit Festival was to once again rebuild community in Bali after the economic collapse. When that economic collapse happened, Bali was suffering and needed people of a lower budget to come to the island and bounce the economy back up. Wellness festivals are the best way to do that. You put in music, you put in fun, you put in joy, you put in healing, you put in wellness, you put smiles, and everyone around the world wants to come. And that's what happened with Bali Spirit Festival. Next slide, please. Our mission was to become a premier destination in the world for holistic environmental festivals, and that's what we did. You can see on the slide. Shortly after Bali Spirit Festival in 2008, there were several other festivals that started to open up in the region and also in Jakarta. And this is wonderful. The more festivals that we can get here in this country that attract Indonesian participants, local participants, and foreign participants, the better, because the #1 common denominator in wellness festivals is a smile on someone's face and inner joy. And the inner joy and the smiles that you get from participating in these events promotes health, wellness, and more sustainability in tourism, more sustainability across our universe. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we became one of the top 5 festivals in the world. Next slide, please. Lanjut, yeah. And the core of that festival was really Tri Hatta Karana. Can you please change the slide? Next slide. Thank you. So, as I said earlier, the only way you can sustain tourism or sustain pretty much anything, I think, is by really thinking about all aspects of human nature and the environment holistically. And I think for my presentation, that's the most important thing that I'd like to share with everyone in this audience is, kalau dengan bisnis tourism, jangan berpikir mengenai bottom line saja. Jangan. Berpikir mengenai environment, berpikir mengenai masa depan untuk anak-anak. And our own health and our own wellness and our country and community sustainability is really hinging on that. So I could go on and on and on, but I'm not going to. I'd just like to say that I'm here afterwards for questions and communications, and I'd love to meet every single one of these people in the audience and talk about the future of sustainable tourism in Indonesia. Thank you.
Fantastic, Megan. Thank you so much, Megan. Bali Spirit Festival, and congratulations. And I love the idea of Trihita Karana on the balance in between relationship and harmony in life. Megan, we're going to have a lot of questions, and I love the way you say about human capital, the impact for surrounding, and how festival can make the difference. Thank you, Megan.
You bet, you bet. Thank
Wow.
you.
Matthew, I think it's your turn. Since you're one and only among us, you're going to tell us a bit about Thalassa and how you as your contribution to this community-based
Thank you so much.
industry. Thank you.
Are we ready? Let's see. First of all, hello, Solo. How you all doing? Are we doing pretty good?
Last but not least.
All right. First of all, I want to apologize for my slides because I was too focused on the practice. I mean, we are going to discuss about the inclusivity and sustainability with Thalassa, right? And all the best practices that we are going to do. But I was too focused on the practice, and I was too excited to share with you guys on our progress and all of that. I forgot what is inclusivity. So we want to cover that first. Okay, thank you. Is this close enough?
Yes.
Better? Thank you so much. Okay, what is inclusivity? If we take a look at the word itself, there's include, covering up, to include everybody else, to include people, and also the ability, right? That's why, that's the way the words are built, inclusivity. So what does that mean? That means that it's a progress, a practice, a policy to provide fair and equal access and opportunity to those who belongs in minority, disabled, and marginalized groups. So the poor, the disabled people, and also the people, the minority, we have to include that in our system. So it's quite different from tolerance, whereas tolerance is like, we give space to them. Inclusivity actually is a full acceptance of the people, to include them in our own system, to give them a fair practices, to give them a fair and also a better living to them. That's the definition of inclusivity. As far as we all know, we also know the definition of sustainability. I mean, to sustain, and to sustain is hand in hand actually with inclusivity. In terms of 3P, I mean, as you can see, people, planet, and also products. Well, some other people can also say profit is included in that, in those circles too. And like I said before, inclusivity and sustainability is actually hand in hand. We can see on a couple of different cases. Let's look at it internationally, like Coca-Cola, Nestle, Nike, and also the Yum brands like KFC. In those cases, they pretty relied on the climate changes, the climate action. I mean, as you can see, for example, Coca-Cola and Nestle have their own cocoa and tea farm in the South America and also in Bali, in Indonesia. And due to floods, due to climate changes, and due to climate deterioration, you can see the supply chains are being disrupted, and that is not good for the company themselves. And which is why they actually put on action. They build a group of people that focuses on this action, the climate action and sustainable practices. They also include actually working with the farmers directly over in Indonesia and also all other countries. And that is actually what we are doing over here too at the same time. So we are trying to apply that in Indonesia, but at the same time also focuses on the marginalized people where it was less developed. For example, Sumba. I will get into that later on. Now, how can we implement this general wellness, this in general wellness tourism? We need to develop and collaborate with others on improving marginalized area in our and your country. We need to look further more than profits and revenue for human and natural resources since it will come back to you personally and also for your businesses. I urge us to look what we have and what we don't have and complete each other. We need to collaborate, just like Mr. Alistair said yesterday on his panel. We need to collaborate with each other to make sure that we are competing with each other.
Matthew, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. You have to
Yes.
put your microphone so we can hear your voice clearly.
Okay, my bad.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm a more dynamic presentator, so it's quite hard to keep the mic in
Very
one
passionate.
place. But I will try this. How about
Okay,
that?
yes,
Okay, I will.
thank you.
Like a singer, like a rapper. Sorry. I have a nosebleed. I'm sorry. Yeah, but back to practices again. Also, from the side of the government, they need to contribute and provide trainings and also upskilling the locals in the poor area. So not only the government can contribute on this, but also people in. My bad. Sorry about that. Let's continue.
That's okay. Take your time, Matthew, because Thalassa is showcase local engineers.
Maybe
Ingredients
just a
across
quick.
Indonesia. That's what make it very interesting. It's okay. Take your time,
That's
Matthew.
fine. I will just skip through to what we are doing, just to let people know what we are doing over here in Thalassa. So back in 2019, actually, our founder, Mr. Ali, came to Sumba for travel, and the congregation over there actually asked him to create a job for the people over there, for the poor people, because they don't have any job over there. So when we see what they have over there, we managed to focus on the existence of cashew, which is really famous. There's abundance of cashew in Sumba, but what they do over there is actually they gather it together through a middleman and send it and export them to Vietnam and also Philippines, and to be processed over there. When they are done with the process, they will send it back to Indonesia to be sold. That's not really a good way to do it. It's an all-around system. So what we are trying to do over here is to cut the middleman, build the plant in Sumba right away, and to make sure that the people over there are get jobs over there. We hire locals only, and I'm sorry about this. We hire locals only and also train them, upskilling them. Not only to sort the products, but also to operate machine, but also to work in the labs as a QC and also QA. So it's from zero to nothing. We're adding value to the chain over there. Also, we contribute back more to the GDP, as you can see on the slides over here. Our contribution it's still small from last year, but we are growing really fast this year. We are looking for about an additional of 1 or 2% of our GDP contribution to the Sumba Barat Daya area. And as you can see on the previous slide earlier, can you go back, please? There you go. That's our progress. For the whole 2021, we only managed to process about 11.9 tons of products. But look at Q1. We beat that by, we doubled that quantity. And also on Q2, we add more to that quantity also. And also look at the bar data behind. as you can see, the people that we are hiring is also increasing more and more. And all of it is local people over there. We are growing 100%. We are growing from 85 people to 160 people, 165 currently. And we are projecting more in the future too. We are building another set of a plan in Sumba to hire more people, to encourage them to work with us, and also send them back to the community with something that they can have for their life in the future. Can you go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. And this is our next step, basically, what we are doing in Tabula Sumba. We're going to increase our production capacity. We're going to achieve a near zero waste in 5 years. This, in our plan, we have a team dedicated to this, to show our commitment to these goals. And also to empower more locals through investing back to them, maybe doing a small loan, small easy loan to them so they can develop their own businesses and all of that.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand for Matthew, Luke, Tanu, Susada, about sustainability in practice.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I want to apologize for this nosebleed. I have this issue since yesterday, and I need to get this looked up. Thank you so much.
That's okay. So really, Thalasi is available in Tabanan, Bali, as well as in Sumba now. The estate is really amazing, and I think we can see their product in the exhibition. We are talking about from honey to chestnuts, based on empowering local communities and providing them with knowledge, skill, and tools. The sustainability practice is not something easy to implement, but I think through collaboration, and I think that's how we need for the future, right? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand for all our speakers who has contributed a lot of insight from different perspectives, different disciplinary, and that's what make it unique. Just imagine, just among us, to think about a hospital with aromatherapy, essential oil in all the way, you know, like bamboo, learning from Korea about on how community development, and together with the Spirit Festival. How many people already registered for this year or next year? Not was it the last time?
The last one was just this May, and it was about 25% less people than the year before, but I predict that by next year we would double in size.
Wow.
Because people are really looking for these types of
Absolutely.
positive energy events right now.
Absolutely, and normally they book far in advance for this festival, right?
Yes.
How many people, the top numbers in your last 14 years?
Yeah, the last one?
Yeah, the highest number.
The highest
in the past.
number in 2019, I feel like we had at least 6,000 people through that
Wow,
festival.
6,000 people doing yoga together.
Yeah.
And that is really a wellness tourism destination that we are talking about.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to request any questions? Yeah, I only allow 3 questions. Bapak nomor 1, Bapak pakai batik nomor 2, dan Bapak nomor 3. Bisa dibantu, tolong. Sebutkan nama ya Bapak, please name first and where you come from. Thank you Bapak.
Thank you, terima kasih, matur nuwun, matur sakalangkong. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Muhammad Iksan, Dinas Pariwisata Kabupaten Sumeneb, Madura, Iceland. Mohon nanti ditranslitkan ke bahasa Inggris.
Monggo Bapak.
Siap. Yang pertama kami punya yang namanya Pulau Oksigen. Dikenalnya di Giliang.
Pulau apa Pak? Maaf.
Pulau Giliang. Pulau Kesehatan, Pulau Oksigen. Informasi yang disampaikan bahwa di pulau tersebut insya Allah dan memang ada, kalau masyarakat penduduk berjumlah hidup umurnya 100 sampai 125 tahun, itu banyak. Setelah diteliti ternyata di sana oksigennya insya Allah nomor 2 terbaik sedunia. Yang diteliti oleh 8. Nah, di sana kami juga sudah membranding masyarakat, mindset agar masyarakat asing yang datang ke pulau tersebut untuk dilayani dengan sepenuh hati sebaik-baiknya. Melalui forum ini mungkin mohon maaf kepada narasumber barangkali bisa untuk memberikan kami informasi ataupun acara seperti ini bagaimana agar Gili yang tersebut yang dikenal dengan Pulau Oksigen bisa dipasarkan dari masyarakat seperti acara seperti ini. Ini yang pertama. Yang kedua, karena ini adalah international wellness tourism di Madura, di Sumeneb, itu juga punya daya tarik yaitu jamu tradisional yang bisa mengencangkan para kaum pria. Insya Allah 1 hari 1 malam ya akan berdiri dengan tegak.
Bapak
siap.
nun sewu Pak, ya
Monggo.
ojo eksplisit ngono to ya Pak, kan le explain, le translate kan susah ya Pak ya.
Karena berdiri tegak itu Ibu. Ya. 1 hari 1 malam.
Nggih wis sampun.
Sampun nggih.
Pertanyaan Pak.
Nah, pertanyaannya, hari ini andekan mohon maaf dari Parekraf mengundang kami akan juga siapkan 1 gerai yang di pameran itu untuk memasarkan jamu-jamu kami di Madura, di Sumeneb yang bisa berdiri tegak 1 hari 1 malam.
Matur nuwun Bapak.
Terima kasih.
Matur
Assalamualaikum
nuwun.
warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh. Langsung dijawab dulu guys, soalnya pertanyaan Bapaknya ada 2. Let me translate this very interesting questions that in Madura, Pak Muhammad betul ya Pak ya, dari kedinasan. Madura has an island that is considered to be island of oxygen, island of health. We don't have any scientific proven on that, but this is an island that has been established related to their community base. And I think the question is how to market this. I'm gonna probably ask Megan just an idea to exchange, yeah. And secondly, maybe you can help me, Nat. And then on that one, how to market a destination of such. And the second one is about jamu. Jamu that can have a spatial power, especially for masculinity. And that's something that we can look into it and how to actually market these 2 big potential in Madura. Let's give it to Megan.
Okay. My first reaction is to think about the hot springs in Europe that are being used for natural anti-aging. And so I think about Switzerland and Belgium, all those hot springs out there, Iceland, and how untuk masyarakat di Indonesia mungkin kalau Pulau Madura Oksigen itu dipromosikan sebagai satu tempat untuk memang anti-aging kalau oksigen, memang itu. Tapi daripada hot spring biasa, sedikit lebih high-end Pak, lebih mewah sedikit, lebih bersih, lebih high-end, dan ada premium price untuk masuk supaya benar-benar foundation pulau itu bisa sustainable. So that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Orang dari Jakarta pasti lari ke sana, saya sendiri lari ke sana.
Okay, thank you Ibu Megan. I think I'm going to translate that for our audience that cannot speak Bahasa, because the uniqueness of a place is very important, right? It's not just the place, but the uniqueness that need to be highlighted, and that bring the foundation of sustainability highlight. I think if infrastructure is set, the possibility of people from Jakarta, from Bali, from many different places, just look into Indonesian first. I think they can start looking at the place. We have not talked about the masculinity, not yet, yeah?
Not yet, but that's a very good product, jamu, for that particular reason.
Okay.
Maybe someone else wants to talk about that.
All right.
The herbal woman.
I think, Nat, what is important to market a destination as well as a product?
Okay, maybe I have to highlight the word from you, the uniqueness of a place. Jadi mungkin mungkin kalau dari my five sense ya, ini sedikit pendapat dari saya. Kebetulan mungkin sedikit bisa relate karena rumah Atsiri sekarang kondisinya juga lumayan jauh ya dari even dari Solo bandara it's about 1 jam 1,5 jam. Menarik ya, maksudnya ketika sebuah tempat memiliki identitas tertentu yang apalagi sesuatu yang sangat kuat. Tapi memang itu sebuah apa ya, bukan struggle ya, sebuah tantangan ya untuk mendatangkan pengunjung, mendatangkan turis, apalagi mungkin inbound. Benar bahwa pertama dari segi infrastruktur memang harus sudah jadi dulu. Apakah aksesnya mudah untuk para turis ini datang ke situ. Di rumah Atsiri kita cukup beruntung karena kita, dan apalagi pulau ya, kalau pulau saya rasa lebih enak lagi untuk bisa mengatur ekosistem secara keseluruhan. Jadi mengatur untuk dari aksesnya, dari masuknya, pertama kita harus tahu market mana yang mau kita tuju, ketika kita tahu market mana yang kita tuju, lalu bagaimana cara mengkomunikasikan dan bagaimana komunikasi yang benar terhadap market tersebut. Lalu mungkin setelah tahu itu, karena otherwise kita cuma akan seperti menyebar garam di laut ya, kalau ke semua orang ngomong kalau belum tentu dengan cara yang pas ke market tertentu. Mungkin itu ya, jadi benar-benar mendefine identity dari tempatnya, lalu mencari apa ya USP-nya ya, mungkin unique selling point-nya, DNA-nya, lalu dari situ mungkin di-build menjadi kontennya, lalu melengkapi, ya ini memang cukup panjang ya, cuman emang these are the things that we actually really have to think about and to do for a destination buat akhirnya bisa mature dan mendatangkan orang-orang mungkin dari yang jauh-jauh tuh willing to go there.
Terima kasih Nat. Ini jawaban yang sangat menarik Bapak sebelum saya terjemahkan. Mungkin saya rangkumkan apa yang sudah dikatakan sebagai jawaban bahwa karena Nat backgroundnya branding Pak. Jadi branding itu penting banget. Jadi kita bicara infrastructure harus disiapkan, accessibility, lalu akses untuk kesananya, lalu communication to market. Memang ada harus secara disiplin bagaimana mengkomunikasikan sebuah uniqueness tersebut, lalu unique selling point. Mungkin itu yang disampaikan. Ibu Dokter mau sambung tambahkan, Pak. Oh tentang jamu, oke. Dr. Pauline akan merespon soal jamu.
Ini
coba ini
nyala, oke. Ini sejujurnya mungkin orang bakal bilang, oh, ini dokter ngomong jamu pasti langsung reaksinya keras nih. Actually no.
Okay.
As I mentioned before sebelumnya, ada beberapa penyakit, some diseases are self-limited. Beberapa penyakit itu memang sembuh sendiri. Mau makan obat apa, ya sama aja. Gak ada obat yang spesifik. There is no specific medication needed for certain diseases. So complementary therapy, jamu salah satunya, is useful. Ada gunanya, jadi misalnya batuk pilek, penyakit virus, itu mau makan obat apa hasilnya sama aja. Jadi like common cold is a self-limited disease. No matter whatever medication you take, the outcome will be the same. Tugas dokter, a doctor's job is to tell, untuk memberitahu which disease there is a specific medication for, and certain diseases complementary therapy is welcomed. Jadi ada penyakit tertentu yang harus makan obat, tapi ada penyakit tertentu yang makan obat apa aja boleh, jamu juga boleh, nggak apa-apa.
as part of healing process.
Yep. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Oh, one more thing. Sorry. Do you know the antibiotics penicillin? Penicillin. It comes actually by accident in a laboratory. Ditemukan tidak sengaja dari jamur from a mole grown in a lab. And then now we have that medication. Also, chemotherapy Taxol is also from a plant. Kemoterapi yang namanya Taxol, ya saya nggak hafal sih nama ilmiahnya, tapi itu juga dari tumbuhan juga. Jadi mungkin, maybe your jamu is going to make it. Mungkin jamunya nanti suatu hari bisa jadi obat, saya nggak tahu.
Okay, wow, itu jawaban yang luar biasa. I'm gonna translate this for our audience. You know, like when we talk about jamu, the traditional medicine, and they are in certain stage considered to be helpful and useful and healing, but certainly, doctor, from the perspective of medical science, it is important to get the proof and the progress that measurable. Begitu ya. Certain medicine.
Certain diseases, you can do anything. You don't have to take specific medication.
Right. So the future of jamu is a possibility.
But yeah, for certain diseases, jamu may play a role, but yeah, we'll have to look for more data on that.
Only.
Yeah, but don't skip the jamu just yet.
Okay, so thank you so much. Semoga menjawab ya Bapak ya. I hope that question answer, but I'm going to go online first before I go offline again with your questions. This is from Apple Allison from Philippines asking, is Korea offering a forest therapy guiding course to ASEAN citizens? That's very good. How can we apply for this kind of training if ever? I'm accredited tourist guide from Philippines and highly interested in the wellness. I would like to ask Dr. Non Young Park, Korea Forest Welfare Institute. Are you still there, Madam? Is she still online? Okay, so we take notes. Apple Allison, your question will be registered and we're gonna send this question to Dr. Nanyong to reply, and hopefully all of us can learn a lot more about this forest therapy guiding. Okay, my next question going offline to Bapa. Can somebody help for the microphone, please? Right in front. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, sir. It's okay.
Oke, saya ingin bertanya atau ingin menanyakan kepada Dr. Pauline bahwa apakah keuntungannya daripada rumah sakit yang dikelola atau diobati oleh seorang ahli penyakit orang tua dibandingkan dengan rumah sakit yang diobati oleh dokter ahli yang bermacam-macam, karena pada orang tua kan sering bermacam-macam penyakitnya. Apakah ada gunanya dan ada benefitnya terutama dalam segi keuangan?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Go straight to Dr. Pauline. The benefit of senior hospital, basically being taken care by the experts with those facilities to compare with the normal hospital, especially in the financial side of it.
Can I defer this question to Bu Yoko?
Yes.
You have experience with your parent in a hospital.
Yep.
With multi-specialty, multiple diseases. How do you feel about it?
My mom just passed away 40 days ago.
I'm sorry.
But she was surviving for 8 years after 40 days at ICU. So it was quite a story. Megan also just recently lost a father, and then it's always very emotional for all of us when we talk about our parent that has to stay in the hospital for that long. Our experience has never been satisfying, especially we want the best treatment. It's not about money, it's not about financial, we just want a magic. But magic is not happening. But we did have a moment when my parents appreciate, have a lot of attention. I think human relations, the attention from the doctor, the attention from the nurse, it's much better than the facility itself. I think the family surrounding. I think that's my experience.
Okay, let me simplify it this way. So with older adults, they have multiple diseases in one body and can be multiple conflicting conditions that happen within one hospitalization. So one captain for the doctors who can try to communicate and coordinate the care between the doctors, I think is quite important.
I got your point. You were saying one captain doctor, that means one single person that coordinate other doctors. Is fully agree.
So like when the cardiologist maybe said, oh, not too much fluid, and then the rest of the team should appreciate that one. Or in, let's say, the infection is raging, the patient needs a lot of antibiotics. Is it going to damage the kidney? And then the kidney specialist can come in and say, okay, this antibiotics is good, but we need to adjust the dose to the kidney function, or at this stage, the patient may need dialysis, the hemodialysis to pour out the toxins away and stuff. And then maybe it's cheaper too when one captain said, okay, we may not need a certain specialist, so because it may not make any difference, or we just consult once instead of him coming every day to the scene. Like, why is that doctor keep on checking on my mom or my dad?
Yes.
And he's not contributing to anything, just writing or something. I think the point is geriatric medicine, a specialty for the health and sickness of older adults. Sometimes it's helpful to coordinate the care, to advise the family and the patient on what is important, what is the most important, what is the expectation, and the priority should be.
I see your point, and I think this is the benefit or the advanced thinking, because normally in Indonesia we have to deal with so many different doctors that make us lose confidence, and that is already emotional issue happening with the patient as well as for the family. Thank you so much. I hope that answered your question. Oh, one. Oh, is there an evidence that is an evidence?
Yeah, there is a paper that actually measured that specifically in monetary, like how much US dollars spent on multi-specialty and one geriatric specialist coordinating the care, and also the length of stay of hospitalization. That once proven by a scientific paper that is actually cheaper, a few $100s.
Excellent. That's answer. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Pauline. Can I give the microphone to the gentleman here for the question? Please mention name, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ardantia Ibu. I came from Persada Hospital. It's a private hospital located in East Java, Malang. The family owned the Persada Hospital for quite some 8 years. Why I came to this event is I'd like to explore and learn about the future of healthcare industry related to the wellness tourism. See, Malang is actually located in the Bromo Tengger Semeru, and there's also Batu City now, which is really now getting more popular because of the destinations of the family and such, and the culinary and everything. I really want to figure out how, for example, Ibu Megan, creating Bali into such of destinations of wellness, and how Ibu Megan probably see healthcare is related to this, all what she's doing. And especially to Dr. Pauline, we are the same coming from hospitals, and how also geriatric is part of a destinations of a certain area for healthcare industries. I hope I'm making my questions quite clear.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, Megan first. We were talking about Malang, this very beautiful destination close to Mount Bromo.
Malang, Central
yes.
Java.
Yes.
Yeah.
East Java.
East Java.
Sorry.
East Java.
Sorry. So I was trying to listen. Can you just repeat the essence of the question? Because I couldn't quite understand the words.
Yeah, let me. So Megan, I'm inspired by your story about you're creating all those events, activities. I was wondering how that could happen in
from
Malang and relate to also hospitals, other destinations, accommodations and everything, and community itself.
Okay, so I can use balispirit.com, the initial website that I created, as an example, and I'll try and shorten this, but what you can do for Malang and for other destinations, this is what I truly believe. In branding is very important, but I only learned this because I believed in something. In 2002, for example, I believed that Bali really needed to change its tujuan from come to the beach and party to come to Bali and appreciate the culture and the spirituality. That's what I really believed in. So I began to say that and repeat it through media channels. I created the website, balispirit.com. I started advertising all around the world using my credit cards, not my money because I didn't have any. But I started advertising around the world that Bali was a destination for spirituality, culture, and holistic living. That's what I said. And then by saying that and representing that in my media channels, that is actually kind of what came true. But it came true because the essence of Bali is actually all of that: spirituality, culture, holistic living environment, right? So for Malang is, I've been to Malang, I just didn't remember if it was East or Central. But Malang is beautiful and has the best apple juice in Indonesia, right? And has a real rich, deep culture and beautiful architecture and quaint streets and everything. So you take that uniqueness, I think Ibu Yoke was saying earlier about uniqueness, you take that uniqueness and your belief, what the essence of Malang really is, and you brand that in a very subtle way, but constantly. And the more you say it, the more you believe it, the more people believe it, the more it comes true. And I actually believe that's the power also of, you know, the law of attraction and positive thinking. And so Malang has the potential, it's already there. It's just branding it as such. Yeah.
Thank you, Megan. And I think this is also a learning from everyone that branding is very powerful. You know, you have to be consistent on your communication.
Consistency,
The purpose, again, define the purpose. Because Megan, started after the Bomb Bali, create a purpose on how Bali should be seen. Bali should be seen as spiritual destination. If Malang defined the purpose, a new purpose that is unique, that appealing for the new market, then it's another strategy can follow. Consistent communications, strategic media partners, and everything related to that. I really hope that Indonesia is so rich. Places such as Malang should have another potential as a spiritual destination or a healing destination or anything. Define the purpose first.
The other thing I'd like to say is that when you do communicate repetitively and brand something, there's a lot of people who will copy your idea, right? And actually copycatting ideas is brilliant for sustainability, eco-friendly tourism and wellness tourism, because in order for Bali or these different places of Indonesia and Indonesia to grow in this industry, we all have to be doing the same thing. There might be some that become more famous than others, but if we're all caring about the environment and the trash and the ocean and our bodies and our wellness and our mental health, if we all do that, it's better for all of us, right? And the industry will grow. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I guess maybe to talk to to Wening, for example, on how community-based and turning a place into a destination. Mungkin suatu saat, you know, like imagine if you have a forest and it's already a community-based. Apa yang harus dilakukan nomor satu tuh, Wening?
Oh ya. Is it okay if I answer it in bahasa Indonesia?
Apa nanti you can translate. Thank you.
Oh ya. Jadi mungkin belajar dari pengalaman di Pasar Papringan yang menjadi salah satu kunci adalah komunikasi yang clear ke semua orang yang terlibat. Dengan masalah apapun yang dihadapi atau kegiatan pengembangan apa saja yang sedang akan dilakukan. Begitu pula dalam hal pengelolaan keuangan, di Pasar Papringan saat ini sedang mencoba untuk merombak sistem untuk menjadi lebih transparan. Sehingga tidak ada kecurigaan antar anggota, karena biasanya kalau kita tidak memaparkan apa adanya atau sesuai dengan kondisi atau bagaimana situasi yang kita hadapi bersama tidak disampaikan secara detail, itu justru memancing satu kecurigaan dalam komunitas itu sendiri.
Alright, maybe I'm summarizing to set up a place and certain purpose involving community, transparency become very, very important, as well as financial management. No matter how big is the challenges, community need to be involved and be part of the purpose itself. Terima kasih, semoga menjawab. Thank you, Werlin. I have one question, Ibu. Silakan, boleh dibantu?
Perkenalkan, nama saya Chandra, saya dari Mahahil, Ibu, sebuah wellness resort di North Bali.
Oke.
Jadi kenapa di Bali Utara itu this village is really have a very special.
Maaf Ibu, tidak terdengar jelas mikrofonnya. Yes.
Jadi kebetulan lokasi kami adalah di Desa Sambangan.
Okay.
Desa ini sangat unik karena di dalam satu desa itu sendiri ada 11 big waterfall. Karena ini dari Lake Buyan, jadi ini related dengan Buyan, terus ada forest, terus kemudian seluruh desa itu dialiri dengan air. And then karena lokasinya di hulu ini sehingga memungkinkan untuk organic farming, sehingga sangat cocok sekali untuk wellness. Sehingga tagline kita makanya The Wellness Heaven. Karena it's really supported by very beautiful land and sacred place and holistic place over there. Nah, yang menjadi pertanyaan saya kebetulan mungkin untuk, saya sangat tertarik dengan forestry, karena di atas itu forestry and we need to keep the water quality, dan sebagai orang Bali kepercayaan kita juga adalah terkait dengan sustainable ini adalah menjaga Ibu Pertiwi. Jadi kita harus sustainable dan whatever we do, we have to keep menjaga ibu bumi ini untuk kita wariskan kepada anak-anak. Nah, yang terkait dengan pertanyaan saya adalah terkait dengan forest ini, apakah kita sudah mulai, apakah di Indonesia sudah ada expert di forest untuk kegiatan, kebetulan kita agak awam, what activity yang kita bisa create di forest, dan what is the benefit, the healing benefit untuk itu yang mungkin perlu saya elaborate, karena ini bisa menjadi satu kesatuan activity di sana. Di samping activity yang lain seperti trekking, bahkan di dekat di situ ada aling-aling waterfall, they can slide on the waterfall and they can jump in the waterfall. Itu udah sangat famous di daerah Sambangan ini. Kemudian mungkin kami perlu arahan untuk memperkenalkan this uniqueness of this village through the word. Mungkin bisa minta sedikit ini untuk media partners yang suitable untuk this kind of resort wellness. Demikian Ibu, terima kasih banyak.
Pertanyaannya Mbak Chandra, jadi gimana caranya supaya tempat itu terkenal aja gitu ya?
Because it's, ya semua orang harus ke sana karena very beautiful
nanti
place.
kita tanya Bu Kiki, depannya Ibu.
The view Ibu itu dari hill, kemudian rice field and the ocean.
Oh, fantastic.
That's really beautiful.
This always, I hear many different fantastic places in Indonesia. The uniqueness are divine, you know, the potential are there. What is missing? It's just the best place for wellness. I think we all agree that branding is become an important thing. Matthew, you okay now? Would you like to answer about destination? Just talk about a destination. How do we look into wellness destination? We have the potential, and what is next?
Yes, first of all, thank you. I'm fine now. I'm sorry about all of that. But to answer that question about the destination, right? So, again, like it was said before, how to bring the potential of Bali as a whole. I mean, right now, Bali is pretty famous only for, you know, Canggu, then Pasar area, Sanur, and everybody else like that. But how to increase that popularity is through, again, like what Megan said earlier, branding, marketing. I mean, that's the best part of it. But at the same time, I think we need to, like I said in my presentation earlier, to collaborate with each other. I think it's really important to reach out to an already established activities, or maybe like groups such as, you know, Bali Spirit Festival, or maybe such as Rumah At Siwi, well, in other island, to promote the place and to collaborate together. Maybe with Megan, they can set a tracking over there, and then, you know, meditating below the waterfalls. I mean, that's one of the examples that I'm imagining right now. And there's so much more ways we can do this, but I will say to collaborate is the first step to accelerate all of this. That's my question.
Thank you, Matthew. I think increasing awareness, I think that's a point that is really need to be defined by establishing activities. That's become the attraction. This is remind me of what we were talking before, Megan, that festivals is not just a celebration. Festivals play an important role in strengthening the competitiveness and attractiveness of a tourism destination. As a new economic environment, social, culture aspect has to be considered. And I think when you look into your beautiful destinations, you just need to get the whole community sit together, because this is not just about one person work. Megan involving the whole village, the whole provinces, now the whole island to participate and be part of the festival awareness. I think that is something that you can start. And I think Nat can talk about branding also, because I like the way the master plan or Tawang Mangu gonna be, it's gonna be soon or it's gonna be medium. Oh, it's a medium plan. But again, defining the plan is one thing that Rumah Atsiri Indonesia has started. From there, it get people, like magnet, people will come and joining. I think anyone else would like to add on that?
I can add one thing. So if your waterfall is, and your space, this unique space is still a secret, ya masih rahasia mungkin.
Masih rahasia.
Masih rahasia. Ada kesempatan untuk planning, like Ibu said, and to really think strategically, not only about what you want to happen, but what you don't want to happen. And I'll use example of Monkey Forest Temple in Ubud, which is the most popular destination in Ubud, with thousands and thousands or millions of people coming to Monkey Forest every month. Yeah? So bagusnya adalah there's many people coming to Monkey Forest and seeing the culture. Jeleknya adalah lingkungannya diganggu, sampah ada di sungai di mana-mana, monyetnya gila, you know, all of these different things. So in your location you can plan, you do something called a SWOT analysis, the strengths and the weaknesses, and you figure out what you don't want. And then your business plan for the growth of your area, you also consider what you don't want and how to stop that from happening. So we can talk about that later if you want.
Okay.
And to add one more thing to that, based on our experience to going in Sumba and also Bali, I want to reiterate again what has been said, that the community has to be involved. I mean, definitely you have to sit down over there with the chief village and also the traditional spiritual ministry over there, because Bali is really superstitious. Well, they have two different government, right? So you definitely want to talk to them and then set a boundary, just like Megan said. I mean, short analysis, all of that, and make sure that that purity, that culture and tradition is still intact. I mean, it will be modernized, it will be commercialized, but I mean, where do you put the red line? I mean, you have to remember that. You have to make sure that it is being respected. And that's how we can sustain the 3P, like I said earlier, the product, the people, and also the planets to the future.
Thank you so much. I hope that answer. Anyone else would like to raise question, and that will lead to one more person, and from here we're gonna close the question and answer session.
Terima kasih Mbak Yoko. Welcome to the Spirit of Java, Solo maksudnya.
Oke Mas.
Apa kabar Megan?
Baik.
My name is Sugeng, the GM of Nusasila Resort and Spa. Magelang this time, not Malang, Magelang.
Magelang.
This one Central Java. I would like to ask about the wellness tourism development, this time for a private sector, particularly for the hotel, resort, and spa. Right, especially for those hotel resort that has already wellness facilities and activities. For example, this hotel or resort has already spa, wellness activities like yoga, well-being activities, etc. But to implement the wellness concept, I have two questions. One, should they change or implement the concept stagingly or straightforward, fully dedicated wellness concept?
Maaf Bapak, boleh ulang lagi? Can you repeat the question again?
To develop or to implement the wellness concept to a private sector, hotel or resort, that has already wellness activities. Should they do it by step? For example, from the easy one until the audience understand, then you fully dedicated your resort or hotel into wellness concept. Question number one. Question number two, how to run this concept either by step, stagingly, or a fully concept, fully dedicated concept without losing the current market. So I have a question. Especially because if you implement the wellness concept, that you got to organize like to implement the retreat guideline or wellness retreat, guideline, well, is reluctant to for example, the current market for leisure market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bapak from Magelang. Silakan, Nat, can you answer on that one, please? This is talking about private sector wellness.
My question is to Ibu Megan.
Oh, can I get Nat to answer first, and then we talk to Megan. Thank you so much. Yes, Nat.
No, I only have one question back.
Yeah.
Why do you have to lose your current market?
Okay.
Why do you want to lose your current market?
This is the best practice because what I heard from all the speakers more theoretically, right? Mesa Sila Resort and Spa, we have changed the concept from resort and spa on 2011. We've been bringing all the international retreat. For example, how to quit the smoking. We create a lot of events, bring them to the resort. It's very, very expensive. Again, is that, for example, we do the week workshop, for example. But the bed breakfast, for example, retreat guideline, you have no place for smoking, for example. No way for wellness concept smoking. Right? Number one. Number two, no alcohol, no soda. Even for example, some wellness retreat in Bali, you only have the raw material for eating. No nasi goreng, no mie goreng, nothing. This is what we call it fully dedicated wellness concept. So this is why I'm asking you. Number one, do we need to make it stagingly or straightforward, fully dedicated? And then number two, how do you implement the wellness concept without losing your current market that already they're coming only for the bed breakfast? For leisure, they want to enjoy the holiday. So this is what I think need to define between the wellness concept, tourism for a private sector, which is particularly for hotel or for the destination.
Okay,
Thank you.
I got that. There is probably the first define the meaning of wellness itself, so that people don't feel that, what is wellness as a facility, as a concept. And please continue, Megan.
Okay, so I would say in addition to that, before I define wellness, that every customer is on their own journey to wellness. Not everyone's at the same level. So a fully activated wellness resort, per se, would be one that is open to everyone at their different levels and doesn't discriminate, right? So we know that everyone here in Indonesia, the Indonesian customers are all at different levels. Some are vegetarian and vegan or halal, and others eat pork. So what I would say is when you are trying to switch your concept from a normal resort, old style resort, into a wellness, that you do it step by step, like you said, and you don't convert 100%. You leave the door open for these other people to try it and to experiment. So you have your normal menu that maybe uses healthier oils and some healthier ingredients and things like that. No MSG perhaps. And then you have your healthy menu that's in addition to that. And you offer the health services that are optional. But we do know that no matter what customer it is, they all want to take a beautiful walk in the fresh air and look at the view. They all want to use the swimming pool. They want to go to the steam room. They want to do these things. So those are basic amenities that you can have for any clientele. And you can't force a healthy lifestyle on anyone. They have to discover it for themselves. That's what I would say. So wellness means something different to everybody, depending on what level they are in their life. I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, so I think my question will benefit to all the audience.
Yeah.
Because let's say you go to 5 Element Bali.
Yeah.
You will not find nasi goreng and mie goreng, right?
Right.
No alcohol. So this I think is very beneficial to all audience that which level for the wellness tourism or audience that you are looking for. Thank you, Megan. This helped.
just want to add a little bit more on that. So basically, you have to know your market first, for sure. Because I mean, well, every market is different, right? I mean, you said in Bali, like earlier, you said liquor is allowed, while in other country, well, in other area, maybe it's not as allowed as much. So first of all, you need to understand the market, your own market on that area first, and then you expand little bit by little. And for sure, you do. I think this also applied to any other questions. I think you will benefit more from a proof of concept, basically, like a small area, like Megan said earlier. I'm just reiterating again. You start with 20%, opening the door, see how it goes, ask for some feedbacks and everything. And if it's good and there's a demand for it, you grow some more, you grow some more, and you grow some more. And I think that's how you will expand and adjust to your own market. And from that way, I mean, you will have your own niche. And I think that pretty much applied to every other businesses in this area too. So it's a general answers that I'm giving.
Okay. If I summarize that, I think the important is really when you look into niche market, you know, like niche market require research, define your market, what they like, how they, their habit, their lifestyle. You always mention lifestyle because wellness is a lifestyle that has a different understanding based on profession, based on age group, based on nationality, gender, many different elements. So if you decide a certain niche market, be very loyal to that market, meaning you support with facility, we support with tools to people enjoying the concept itself. I hope that answer. Thank you so much, and certainly you can continue with the discussion, but unfortunately, I have to close this discussion. It's getting very steam up, and we enjoy, of course, a conversation about wellness tourism because it is about the future. We talk about sustainability and longevity. That means that everything around us will go toward there, especially after experience the bad story on pandemic. People now care about their health, people care about the people that close to them, and people will care about what is about tomorrow. And thank you so much for Natasha who mentioned about Rumah Atsiri Indonesia and its future. And it's the power of essential oil, including from history to tomorrow. Dr. Pauline, thank you so much and give us the insight on medical tourism and how facility, people engagement, the captain of the doctor that can give on how communication, going back to communication. Thank you, Welin, for the market. Papringan. Papringan, okay. And of course, our friend in Korea about the forest, Dr. Nanyang Yupik. Megan, thank you about the festival. Good luck for this year. Next year. We're gonna go for another 6,000 people coming to Bali. And Matthew for Talasi. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure for me to be here, and then I hope whatever we have learned today, it's inspired us to bring us to a better human being and to better business, as well as to bring wellness into a life, because that is what tourism is all about for tomorrow. Thank you so much, and mohon maaf lahir dan batin jika ada salah kata. Tapi saya akan kembali lagi setelah diskusi selanjutnya. Terima kasih.
Can I add one more thing? Okay, so I want to apologize for the fiasco earlier, and to compensate for that, I'm more than willing to answer a couple of questions right after this, or maybe like on the break, so you don't feel afraid to approach me, and I will answer it to my best ability. Thank you,
Matthew. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the day. Please do come back for the next discussion, which is going to start at 1 o'clock. Oh, ada foto bersama. Next sessionnya jam 1 ya? 13? 13.30 kita bertemu lagi, 13.30 we will see each other again at 1:30. And ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for all the speakers and thank you for all the audience for being so fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, let's take a photo together. I think we're gonna, Ibu Kiki boleh mohon waktu untuk foto bersama.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Yoke Darmawan dan para pembicara pada sesi 3 yang telah memberikan insight-insight menarik tentang wellness tourism, destination, sustainability, and longevity. Baik, silahkan foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Mohon ketersediaan Ibu Kiki untuk bergabung foto bersama dengan narasumber. Baik, saya ingin sedikit menyampaikan informasi kepada Bapak dan Ibu hadirin. Baik, terima kasih kepada para narasumber. Hadirin sekalian, saya ingin memberikan sedikit informasi kepada Bapak dan Ibu. Materi paparan dari narasumber panel diskusi dan workshop pada rangkaian IWTCF 2022 dapat diperoleh dari scan barcode yang ada di layar. Jadi silahkan di-scan dengan ponsel masing-masing. Ini adalah materi workshop dari panel discussion pada rangkaian IWTCF 2022. Hadirin sekalian, mohon berkenan untuk mengisi link survei resmi dari Panitia Nasional Penyelenggaraan Side Events G20 Indonesia, khususnya bidang pariwisata, dan ekonomi kreatif pada barcode yang tersedia di layar LCD. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebelum lanjut ke sesi selanjutnya, mari kita istirahat sejenak dengan sembari melakukan santap siang. Friendly reminder, kita akan memulai kembali sesi selanjutnya pada pukul 13 pas. Di mana topik yang akan dibahas selanjutnya yaitu mengenai strengthening value change. Dan tidak lupa saya menginformasikan Bapak Ibu dan teman-teman semua yang hadir pada event ini, jangan lewatkan untuk berkunjung ke exhibition yang berlokasi di Ballroom 2, tepat di belakang ruangan conference ini. Dengan mengusung tema Wellness Village dan menghadirkan 29 UMKM berasal dari Solo, Jakarta, Jogja, Jateng, dan Bandung. Memperkenalkan produk wellness unggulan seperti healthy eating, nutrition, personal care and beauty, and traditional and complementary medicine healthy. Jangan lewatkan untuk mengabadikan momen Wellness Village dengan foto booth yang tersedia dan selamat bersantap siang. Sampai jumpa pukul 13.
Baik, selamat siang Bapak Ibu sekalian. We ask your time for a minute. Kita hanya ingin menyampaikan informasi bahwa nanti jam 1 siang selepas after lunch break, kita ada special appearance dari Kepala Jenggoti. Jadi Bapak Ibu jangan sampai ketinggalan karena nanti kita akan ada performing art, ada singing, ada dancing, dan juga ada special gift serta ada specialty yang akan kita bagikan dan bisa langsung dinikmati oleh Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi jangan sampai ketinggalan untuk kembali lagi di sini pada pukul
Ini sama nyanyi. Muncul nggak? Ini kepake juga ini. Gendangnya. Iya. Gendangnya.
Suaranya sih nggak ketangkep.
Ininya nggak jauh.
Nggak akan ketangkep itu, nggak akan ketangkep mulut kalau ini.
Harus dekat. Takut yang lain nggak? Ya, kalau ada 10 malah 10 sekalian. Balasnya nggak ada yang nggak.
Cek, cek. Cek, cek.
Selamat siang hadirin sekalian, baik yang sudah di dalam barum maupun yang masih di luar barum agar segera memasuki area karena acara akan segera kami mulai. Dan sembari menunggu, mari kita saksikan video Wellness Indonesia. Selamat siang dan selamat datang kembali Bapak Ibu tamu undangan dalam acara IWTCF 2022. Sustainability Strategy for the Recovery and Growth of World Tourism through Wellness Tourism for All. Sebelum saya melanjutkan ke sesi diskusi selanjutnya, sekarang akan ada product presentation. Wah, seru sekali bukan? Tanpa berlama-lama lagi, mari kita saksikan product presentation dari PT Gunung Subur Sejahtera, Kepala Jenggoti. Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Hadirin yang terhormat, berikut penampilan dari PT Gunung Subur Sejahtera.
Ayo yuk, leren ngombe-ngombe sik kono yuk. Ler ilir, tandure wis sumilir, tak ijo royo-royo, tak sego temanten anyar. Bocah angon, penek no blimbing kuwi, lunyu-lunyu penek no kanggo mbaso toto tiro. Walah yuk kesel kok ya kaya ngene, ora ta. Lah iya ta yu. Lereng ngombe-ngombe sik ya yu. Ya. Yu ngombe sik yu. Nah, sajake kok segerera. Lah iya ta. Heeh. Piye yuk? Seger tenan yuk. Teh kental, sedep, rasane ya mantep. Iki teh apa iki yuk? Wah, lah ya jelas iki jenenge teh gardu. Apa? Teh gardu? Iya, iki sing dijenengke teh gardu. Rasane wis seger, mantep, kental, ginastel, asli lho saka pabrik Gunung Subur Sejahtera. Ya iki sing dijenengke teh gardu. Piye yu, wis mari urung kesel yu? Sampun yu. Ya nek nyanyi yu. Ya. Ayo do wedangan, wedange teh gardu, seger tur ginastel yen nganggo teh gardu. Ayo kerja sing temen, jujur lan disiplin, ora neko-neko pabrike ben mulya. Ayo do wedangan, wedange teh gardu, seger tur ginastel yen nganggo teh gardu. Ayo kerja sing temen, jujur lan disiplin, ora neko-neko pabrike ben mulya. Indonesia jaya, jaya, jaya.
Aplaus yang meriah untuk penampilan dari tim produksi PT Gunung Subur Sejahtera dengan menggunakan peralatan yang biasa digunakan untuk memproduksi teh. Hadirin yang terhormat, sajian minum teh merupakan bagian dari kekayaan tradisi budaya Indonesia.
Serving tea is part of the Indonesian cultural tradition.
Pada tahun 1951, PT Gunung Subur Sejahtera memulai produksi teh dengan cara tradisional di Solo, Jawa Tengah.
In 1951, Gunung Subur Sejahtera companies start tea production in traditional way.
Seiring berjalannya waktu, PT Gunung Subur Sejahtera berhasil bertransformasi menjadi perusahaan teh yang inovatif, berorientasi global, serta berkomitmen untuk selalu memberikan yang terbaik bagi seluruh pelanggannya.
Over time, Gunung Subur Sejahtera company has successfully transformed into a tea and coffee company that is innovative, globally oriented, and commit to always providing the best for all customers.
Beberapa penghargaan yang berhasil diraih seperti SNI Award, Prima Niarta Award, serta penghargaan The Indonesian Living Legend Companies 2019 dari majalah SWA semakin menguatkan reputasinya sebagai market leader produsen teh terkemuka di Indonesia.
Several awards that have been won, such as SNI Award, Prima Niarta Award, and the 2019 Indonesian Living Legend Companies Award by SWA Magazine have increased the reputation as a market leader in selling similar product in Indonesia.
Hadirin yang terhormat, kami mohon dukungan untuk PT Gunung Subur Sejahtera. Berikan aplaus yang meriah untuk produk kebanggaan kami, teh hijau cap kepala jenggot. Teh hijau cap kepala jenggot terbuat dari bahan-bahan berkualitas dan bermutu tinggi. Diproduksi dengan menggunakan standar nasional Indonesia dan HACCP, Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Point, membuat teh hijau cap kepala jenggot menjadi pionir teh hijau di Indonesia. Kandungan antioksidan yang tinggi membuat teh hijau cap kepala jenggot dikenal sebagai ikon LCS. Langsing,
Slim, membantu menurunkan berat badan.
cantik,
Beauty, membantu meremajakan kulit.
dan sehat.
Healthy, membantu menurunkan kolesterol, kadar gula, dan tekanan darah.
Sebuah kebanggaan untuk bisa memperkenalkan produk terbaik dari kami untuk bisa Anda nikmati. Sekali lagi aplaus yang meriah untuk teh hijau cap kepala jenggot. Dan Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, yang sudah dibagikan kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian ini adalah salah satu varian dari teh hijau, yaitu Green Tea Jasmine. Bapak Ibu bisa rasakan kombinasi kesegaran premium green tea dengan wangi jasmine alami yang dapat memberikan kenikmatan dan relaksasi serasa mendengarkan alunan simfoni. Teh hijau cap kepala jenggot. Your perfect companion to wellness living. Dan untuk menikmati ataupun mendapatkan produk-produk dari teh hijau cap kepala jenggot, Bapak Ibu bisa langsung mengunjungi stand booth yang ada di event ini, yang ada di luar. Berbagai macam varian dan produk-produk unggulan sudah kami display dan juga bisa dinikmati di sana. Dan selepas ini kita akan bagikan 2 special gift dari kepala jenggot, teh kepala jenggot untuk Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kita caranya mudah saja. Nanti kita akan bernyanyi bersama, kita akan menyanyikan jingle gardu ya. Nanti ibu-ibu ini akan kembali menyanyikan jingle gardu, Bapak Ibu bisa dinikmati dulu, didengarkan dulu liriknya. Caranya nanti mudah, tinggal ikut bernyanyi saja. Nanti kita pilih 2 yang beruntung untuk mendapatkan special gift dari teh kepala jenggot. Oke, hadirin yang terhormat, bisa bantu saya sejenak tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat, bisa bangkit berdiri Ibu, bisa bantu saya untuk bertepuk tangan, berirama seperti ini, tepuk tangannya, 1, yuk, bisa bangkit berdiri, kita akan bernyanyi bersama jingle gardu, sekaligus ini adalah persembahan terakhir dari kami, persembahan terakhir dari PT Gunung Subur Sejahtera. Siap yuk?
Siap! Siap!
Ayo yuk! 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Kincang merdu burung di pagi ceria.
Semilir angin
Terus tepuk tangannya.
senja
Bisa lebih kencang
bahagia.
lagi. Saya akan memilih 2 terbaik.
Seiring nikmatnya teh yang tersaji, teh gardu wangi alami.
Lebih kencang lagi tepuk tangannya. Yuk.
Lebih mantap.
Dah. Go.
Dengan teh gardu.
Ya, ini dia.
Lebih sedap
Satu-satu.
minum teh gardu.
Nih, kita
Teh
spill dulu.
Teh gardu, teh gardu.
Once more. 1, 2, 3.
Merdu burung di
Yang mana
pagi
ya?
ceria, semilir angin di senja bahagia.
Aku suka yang hijau-hijau soalnya.
Seiring nikmatnya
Ada beautiful lady di
yang
sini.
tersaji, teh gardu wangi alami. Lebih mantap dengan teh gardu, lebih sedap minum teh gardu. Teh gardu,
Oh.
teh gardu, teh gardu.
Terus, nah caranya mudah saja, hanya bernyanyi ikuti saya. Mic-nya Mas,
Pagi
mic-nya Mas.
ceria.
Ya. Saya mau ke beautiful lady yang ada di sini, yang tadi di sana kan ngerjain orang, sekarang diganti, dikerjain, oke?
Teh yang
Stop,
tersaji,
giliran ladies yang ada di sini. Stop, tepuk tangan, oke. Oh, nggak usah nyanyi dari awal. Oke, tinggal follow saya saja. Teh gardu, teh gardu, teh gardu. Udah kan? Nah, sebentar, tepuk tangan dong. Yang berirama dong. Ini loh moderatornya mau nyanyi. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Teh gardu. Yes. Teh gardu. Teh gardu. Sekali lagi. Belum, kurang keras. Yes.
Teh gardu.
Iya. Terus.
Teh gardu.
Yes.
Teh gardu.
Yeay. Ya wes lah lolos yang duwe acara. Iya. Satu lagi, masih ada satu lagi yang akan kita bagikan setelah beautiful ladies. Kita mau ke handsome man. Handsome man apa ya? Handsome man. Yuk tepuk tangan lagi yuk. Tuh. Siapa ya? Bapak ya Pak ya. Siapa? Mic-nya Mas. Teh gardu.
Teh gardu.
Belum, aku dulu aja. Nanti kan ikuti. Bapaknya semangat banget soalnya. Teh gardu. Teh gardu. Teh gardu. Gitu ya. Siap Pak? Siap, kita hitung dari 1000 ya Pak. Oke. Oh, keburu habis ya acaranya. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Teh gardu. Yes. Teh gardu. Teh gardu. Wes, improvisasinya luar biasa. Tetap kasih hadiah Pak dari Teh Kepala Jenggot. Sekali lagi ya. Tuh. 1, 2, 3.
Kicau merdu burung di pagi ceria.
Yang lain kok ya terus lemas nggak dapat hadiah.
Senja bahagia.
Seiring nikmatnya teh yang tersaji,
teh gardu wangi alami.
Jingle gardu ini bisa sekaligus
Lebih mantap
menutup persembahan
dengan
rangkaian
teh
dari
gardu.
PT Gunung Subur Sejahtera.
Lebih
Terima kasih
sedap
atas perhatiannya.
minum
Kita
teh
jumpa lagi di lain
gardu.
kesempatan. Selamat siang dan
Teh
sampai
gardu.
jumpa.
Teh gardu, teh gardu.
Indonesia.
Jaya.
Terima kasih semuanya. Saya kembalikan kepada MC.
Wedang teh
Baik, terima kasih kepada PT Gunung Subur Sejahtera yang telah memberikan informasi dari produk unggulannya. Yang Bapak Ibu coba itu adalah teh kepala jenggot. Apabila ingin membawa pulang produknya, Bapak Ibu bisa datang ke booth teh kepala jenggot yang telah tersedia di area luar ballroom. Baik, kini mari kita masuk ke panel diskusi keempat kita yang akan membahas mengenai strengthening value chains. Dan moderator keempat pada sesi keempat ini masih akan dipandu oleh Ibu Yoke Darmawan. Tanpa berlama-lama lagi, mari kita sambut moderator kita pada topik yang kedua ini yaitu Ibu Yoke Darmawan. Waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Apa kabar semua Bapak dan Ibu sekalian? Habis makan siang biasanya agak ngantuk, tapi diskusi ini akan menjadi sangat menarik jika kita bisa mengambil pembelajaran dan memotivasi kita untuk terus maju. Ladies and gentlemen, this is such a pleasure for me to come back again for this panel discussion 4, and it's always been a learning experience as well as a motivation for us to learn more and go deep on the wellness tourism destination and value chain. And this afternoon I have the most fantastic speakers joining me. Allow me to invite Mr. Ravindra Sakawat. He is the Interpret DMC Indonesia General Manager. Let's give a big hand. Yes. Dr. Liani Wati Batihalin. Hello, sir. How are you? Dr. Liani Wati is the President of Sidesco Indonesia. And then I have Dr. Victor Ringo, SEMSC. He is the Chief Business Development and R&D, Research and Development, PT Deltomed Laboratories Indonesia. I can see he brings something there. It's something that must be related to jamu and modern medicine. And then the next one is Mr. James Allan, Managing Director of GLL Jones Lang LaSalle. Mr. James Allan. And then Mr. Muhammad Nalendra, Founder and CEO of Y Steps Group. Mr. Nalendra, let's give a big hand, Nalendra. And Robbie Gunawan, CEO of Indesso Primatama. Another big hand for Robbie Gunawan. It's always a pleasure to have so many different speakers that going to look into wellness value chain. This is a topic that can go from one end to another. So we have the perspective of medicine. We can look into the perspective of venue, of building, or architecture, I suppose. And we can look into even on how it become a big business. Tell us a little bit about the market of your business when it comes to wellness. When it comes to the potential, bringing the global market. And I think Mr. Ravindra will, Rafi, I should call you Rafi, right? I like your hairstyle, it's so cool, isn't it? It's so cool. So yes, I want to know on how we look into this business and the potential and why we can see this as the future.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, and thanks for having me here. It's very good to be here and being with you all. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is having a good day and enjoying the conference. And thanks to the organizer for putting it all together. It looks amazing. So it must be quite a lot of effort. So to start with, I'll give you a bit of background on me. My name is Ravindra, or in short Ravi, because it's a long Indian name. So I'll just stick with Ravi. I work for a travel company called Intrepid Travel. And it's an Australian travel company, and I work in the capacity of General Manager Indonesia at the moment. I'm very new to Indonesia. I've only been here from last 5 months. Before that, I was in Nepal, and my job has taken me to various countries doing the same work. So I've been with Intrepid for 15 years now. And the company I work for, it's called Intrepid Travel. Was founded in 1989. It's an Australian-based travel company. It was founded by two friends when they decided to take a truck and couple of friends on a road trip, and then which later on became this massive travel company. We have offices, we have DMCs in around 24 countries. We have a few sales offices as well. Our head office is based in Melbourne. And we are the largest small group adventure company in the world, and also the largest B Corp certified travel company of Australia, and one of the travel company which is B Corp certified in the world. So when we talk about this wellness travel, over the last few years, sorry, I'm keeping some notes, so I'm just making sure I don't miss anything on it.
I can see your password, by the way.
Yeah. So over the years, we have seen the concept of wellness travel change. A decade ago, it was not common to put wellness and travel together. And even if it was put together, it was widely associated with spa treatments, which is just a spa treatment, and that's not what it's part of wellness travel. But wellness travel is a big industry by itself, within itself. So,
sorry to cut. This is the tagline: wellness travel with mindful experience.
Exactly.
That's powerful.
That's very
amazing.
powerful. That's very powerful. So today the main pillars of wellness industry or wellness travel is about being healthy. And when you are traveling, people travel for various reasons. And the main pillars of wellness industries or travel are health, kick-starting a healthy lifestyle, or doing something which is very beneficial for your well-being. Can we move to the next slide? Next slide, please.
Yes.
And also in the post-pandemic era, there is much more, there is greater focus on wellness travel because people are more conscious about their health, their well-being. So as per the statistics, wellness travel has grown in the post-pandemic era, and it will be growing further. So just to have a look at what is wellness travel and why we should focus on wellness travel. As the population ages, the cost of medical cost increases. Also, the science is getting better and better, and there are new. The science is revealing more discoveries about health and what we should do, what we shouldn't do, and people are more focused on their health, what to eat, what not to eat, what is healthy, what is not healthy. Yoga, how does it keeps you in good mental health as well as your body. So there is a massive focus on that as well, and that's why we should be focusing on wellness travel. And Indonesia is a perfect destination because it offers everything what a wellness destination needs. It has the perfect setting. It has vegetable foods which is required for as a part of some part of wellness travel. Also, it provides wide variety of hiking, yoga, spa treatments, and all. And the perfect natural setting which Indonesia offers. And Indonesia was, as per 2017, Indonesia was amongst the top 20 wellness destination in the world. So that says a lot, that a lot can be done when it comes to wellness travel, but obviously all the stakeholders need to come together in this to take Indonesia as a wellness destination to where we all want it to be. And wellness travel can also includes working with the community, because for some people giving back to the society is also a sense of well-being, and so that's also a part of wellness travel in a way. And from 2015 to 2017, wellness tourism market grew from 563 billion to 639 billion. That is 6.5. That is 6.5% growth annually, and that is two times faster than the whole tourism industry put together. So the industry is growing, and as per a prediction, pandemic hit us, but as per a prediction, by 2022, the wellness industry was going to be around 963 billion US dollar. But obviously those figures are not there yet because of the effects of tourism from the pandemic. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah. And whenever I talk about wellness travel or tourism in a way, sorry, the one before.
Mundur sebentar, satu lagi.
Yes, that. Whenever I talk about wellness travel or tourism as a whole, it is very important to know that there is no wellness travel without a healthy planet. We've got to have a healthy planet for the tourism industry to be sustainable. And so it is absolutely important that all the entire industry come together and work towards the health of the planet. As Intrepid, we did a survey for our travelers in 2018, and we found out through our thousands of travelers that 91% of travelers were interested, wanted us to do something about the emissions we were emitting from our trips. And over the years, we have become a carbon neutral travel company, and one of our target is to have all of our offices across the world running on green energy or renewable energy by 2025, and have all of our trip running on green energy by 2030. So that is one of our target, and I believe government should support this initiative. We are receiving a lot of support from various government in various countries we operate in, and I do believe that travel companies and the governments in other parts of the world should work together to get to work towards the cutting down on green gases and the emissions travel industry omits. As I said, Indonesia is a perfect destination, or could be a perfect destination for wellness travel, because it has such a unique setting. It offers everything a destination need or traveler wants. It offers unique sites. It has a perfect natural setting. It offers, it has old medicines, traditions. It offers spa, well-known spas around the world. Indonesia is famous for it. So that's what makes Indonesia a very good destination. And as a travel industry experts and as a part of the tourism industry, it would be really, we are working towards, marketing Indonesia as a wellness destination. At the moment, as Intrepid travel company, we do not have any wellness product, but looking at the market trend and looking at the growth, we are working on a wellness product for Indonesia for 2023 and 24. So we will be offering those products to our passengers, because there is definitely a increasing demand in the post-pandemic era, and that's what we are after. And to conclude, I can see the time ticking, so I'll try to conclude in my time. So to conclude, I will say, I will conclude on 3 points: what Indonesia should do to market itself as wellness destination, and that would be ensure infrastructure investment, support nature-based tourism without destroying nature, and market itself as wellness destination globally by attending various fairs with the government support, and also making visa policy much easier for the people, and collaborate with travel companies to understand what sort of soft adventure or wellness experiences customers are seeking. And time's up. Thank you very much.
Wow. Rafi, thank you so much. And I think you are rushing, but actually there's plenty that we can talk about after on how responsibility, concept, sustainability as part of the wellness, because then we can differentiate wellness destination and into adventure destination. Okay, that's something that we're going to look at, and we take notes about the infrastructure and market it globally, B2B. That is an effort that everybody need to collaborate. Thank you so much, Rafi. You feel the adrenaline to rush that? Don't worry, it's okay. And next to you is Dr. Lianiwati Bati Hakim, anti-aging specialist, anti-aging specialist. Oh, I like that part. President of CIDESCO Indonesia. Doctor, the influence of global age, population, and awareness of physical appearance encourage us, especially in my age, on the anti-aging market. So that's why the market is growing rapidly. A leading brand now forcing into the market. Tell us the future, and then what is anti-aging for you, and please carry on with your presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me here. And I'm apologize because time is too short, so I will cut my presentation. My name is Lianiwati. I'm president of CIDESCO Indonesia, and I run a clinic, cosmetic wellness and anti-aging clinic, and now I'm chairman of ASPI Wellness and Spa Indonesia. Next slide. Anti-aging. My topic is anti-aging market trend and business prospect. Slide. Next slide. What is anti-aging? Why anti-aging? Because anti-aging is a new scope, but in the paradigm after COVID. We can review about aging. Aging is a process characterized by accumulating degenerative damages, resulting in the death of an organism ultimately. Difference, male and female aging is different because of hormonal imbalance. Male is testosterone and female estrogen. Next slide. General effect of aging, because the set of gradual and progressive changes in an organism that leads an increased risk of weakness, disease, and death. The cell with mitochondrial, cellular, and organic dysfunction, immune impairment of inflammation, oxidative stress, cognitive and cardiovascular alteration, harmful consequences is development and progression of multiple diseases. Next slide. Why skin aging? Because physical appearance is more important for women. That's aging process is begin at 25 years old. So if you age 20, high collagen production keeps skin healthy, plump, and firm. But age 30, collagen level decrease by roughly 1% per year. Age 40, volume loss makes aging wrinkle but non-static. Age 50, bone and tissue volume shrink, prone to damage in hollow, loose skin. Age 60, visible volume loss in the bones and tissue, damaged skin, and static wrinkle. This is create a jolly and dropping appearance, the eyes and drop and wrinkle in the area, many area. Next slide. Young skin and age skin. Young skin is intact. Age skin is wrinkled. But that's only appearance. What is inside on your body? Because inside going to the outside. Inside, we must know that God is the second brain. First brain is brain. Second brain is gut. So gut microbiome homeostasis is important. Balanced diet and caloric intake, pre and pro-symbiotic, postbiotic. Skin microbiome protect against pathogen, adequate hydration and sebum level, and UV protection. This is about sun and pollution. So we must know lifestyle and age-related inflammation is important. Please do physical activity, decrease stress, adequate sleep, control comorbidity, inflammatory drug, and senolytic. Next, the main goal of aging is prolonged life. History of anti-aging. Anti-aging individual work to extend the life and vitality of elderly people when 16th century. 19th century, anti-age advocate, anti-age advocate generally depict old age as time to be feared and despised. Devising myriad procedures in order to eliminate it entirely. Now, the recent anti-age movement clearly mirror many of the beliefs that the longest day advocates it's a century ago. Not only see old age as a disease, but to be eradicated through injection and operation, but also argue that the old constitute an enormous economic burden. This belief revealed that the new anti-age movement, like its early 20th century precursor, is based on more than simple hair dyes, hormone, or diet. Rather, the ideas and action ultimately serve to marginalize the very process of growing old. Next slide. That is the anti-aging treatment through the time. The first from Cleopatra in 68 before Christ, and then Dr. Gallen with cream from olive oil and beeswax, and then Yuan from Spaniel, Fountain of Youth, and Elizabeth to make masks with meat in the face, and then for slimming, for peeling, chemical peel in the 1700, and then next until mixture. But Botox is the important thing now. 2002 begin. Okay. So next slide. Okay, market. What happened in anti-aging market? The global anti-aging industry is majorly driven by increasing geriatric population and rising beauty awareness around the world. Now, in US, is in the market, many researchers is about GR, a compound annual growth rate is about 5 until 7%. Next slide. This is global anti-aging market is being driven by rising concern among consumers regarding their physical appearance and aesthetic feature. And this age group of 35 until 55 years dominates the industry, supporting the growth of the anti-aging market globally. Global anti-aging market mostly for skincare industry now. Next slide. This is same, still growing up. Next slide. Next slide. Now, that is the world. Asia Pacific at the biggest market size. So we know that now is millennial generation, generation I. So if you want to do cosmetic, you can think about it. Next slide. This is global anti-market revenue. Still compound annual growth rate 6% until 2027. So very interesting. Next slide. Yeah, same 7.9 driver, increasing number of anti-aging seminar, conference, and campaign, surge in geriatric population, rising disposable income, technological advancement in anti-aging product and device, growing medical tourism industry, increasing volume of anti-aging cosmetic procedure, and many market players. Next slide. Trend. Trend. Next slide. Now, post-COVID is a paradigm shift. Change lifestyle, change habit. Home skincare procedure had a positive effect on the skin after implementing skincare change and became significant. Before the start, most removed their makeup, applied cream every day, and applied color makeup. Since COVID-19, people have shown great interest in skincare and internet. There are more activities on the internet to acquire and purchase knowledge about cosmetics. Next slide. Trend on anti-aging business, challenging in developing human anti-aging therapies. A growing number of companies are now focusing on anti-aging science and research. Modern advances abandoning aging-related target and aging population can arguable by driving the current crop of anti-aging biotech. At present, we can state that aging is a complex process. Although there are numerous theories of aging with vocal advocates, there is no consensus among scientists regarding the underlying causes of aging. Aging can be manipulated in a short-lived model system by genetic, dietary, and pharmacological intervention. However, that leave many open questions. So the uncertainty concerning human anti-aging approach remain very high.
Fantastic.
Next slide.
Thank you so much, Ibu, Dr. Lianiwati. And let's give a big hand for this new knowledge about anti-aging, especially women like me interested so much. From those two speakers that we just have, I'm looking into, as a DMC, like you are looking into wellness destination, and suddenly anti-aging with the market and trend that growing with that revenue numbers that keep on growing. I guess you two can talk and then make a product out of that. That is fantastic. Thank you, Doctor, because we're looking into modern therapies for anti-aging and in the modern way. Now we go for the research behind it. And then we have Dr. Victor Ringo from Chief Business Development and R&D PT Deltom Med Laboratories that has transformed a jamu manufacture as a home industry to one of the largest and modern traditional medicine industry in Indonesia. This will be interesting. We're talking about the jamu, the herbal, into a worldwide modern medicine. Please, all yours.
Thank you, Bu Yoke, moderator. To the organizing committee, moderator, colleagues, speakers, and all participants who are attending this International Wellness Tourism Conference and Festival. I wish you good afternoon, and I would like to say thank you to the organizing committee to provide PT Deltom Med Laboratories in this very strategic event. Next. Yeah. Yeah, Indonesia is very rich in biodiversities, including the top 5 of the world. And in the market already more than 13,000 product already approved by the regulatory BPOM and available in the market. Next. Jamu. Jamu is very popular for Indonesian and the community, especially who are living in Java and Solo especially. Next. Jamu is a traditional medicine containing ingredients made of plants, animals, or minerals, or extracts from plants, and then it is used as a traditional medicine based on local wisdom. The product is not proven yet clinically, since it is used empirically based on traditional use. Next. What is modern herbalism? Next. If jamu is being used empirically with no scientifically proven, but herbal standard or standardized herbal medicine already proven clinically for safety and efficacy based on animal experimentals. Next. While phytopharmaca or phytopharmaceutical is more advanced than standardized herbal medicine, it is already proven based on preclinical studies in animals to prove the safety and efficacy, also already tested, proven in humans based on clinical trials or clinical studies. The raw material and finished goods already standardized. Next. The potential of development of traditional medicine in Indonesia can be as jamu, as I mentioned before, and then upgraded to standardized herbal medicine, and then to phytopharmaca or phytopharmaceutical or phytomedicine, and at the end can be upgraded based on isolation to be a new chemical entity based on plants. Next. The journey of jamu to jamu pharmaca or phytopharmaceutical started from fresh jamu, and then jamu based on empirical study, and then jamu standard or standardized herbal medicine, preclinically proven, the safety and the efficacy, and then the high standard is jamu pharmaca or phytopharmaceutical based on human clinical trials. Next. Jamu can be upgraded step by step to phytopharmaceutical, from jamu to standardized herbal medicine and then phytopharmaceutical. But jamu also can be directly upgraded from jamu to phytopharmaceuticals. Next. This is modern dosage forms that already applied for modern herbalism. Not that different compared to the conventional medicine. We are using the dosage forms as tablet, capsule, powder, granule in sachet, or syrup bottle, syrup in sachet, even a carbonated drink in can. Next. The use of traditional medicine. Next. The traditional medicine can be used as promotive, preventive, and curative. Jamu can be used as promotive and preventive efforts to maintain a healthy among community. But obat herbal standard or standardized herbal medicine and phytopharmaceutical can be used as curative treatment. Next. Yeah, next. Product category. Next. These are the top 4 therapeutic class of jamu. The first one is masuk angin or cold preparation. The second one is pegalinu or musculoskeletal related diseases, and men's vitality, and also feminine hygiene. Next. But now we cannot rely on these 4 therapeutical class market. We considering also the changing of the lifestyle among the community, especially among young generation who are starting to use jamu in a very modern dosage forms, and the availability not only in a toko jamu or jamu store, but also available in cafe jamu, modern cafe jamu, and also in modern outlets. So we are concerning on the lifestyle changing among the community. Next. PT Deltomed Laboratories, we are concerned and believe in nature. Next. Delta Journey, next. We are starting from jamu producer, from home-based industry, home industry, and then transforming to modern herbal medicine industry, and one of the largest modern herbal-based industry at the moment in Indonesia. Next. Innovation. Innovation is very important. It is our vision to become a trusted herbal-based innovative company which plays an important role in healthy lifestyle. Once again, lifestyle is very important related to our innovation strategy. Next. This is based on the lifestyle change during the pandemic COVID-19, where people need more product to boost the immune system. Immugard tablet, Immugard Junior for children were produced to meet the need of people during the pandemic COVID-19, even up to now. Next. We also produce Herba Mojo for men's fertility. Next. This is good for a wellness program. And also Herbana Women's Daily, specifically designed for women. Next. And also Herbana with specific single extract. Daun kelor to improve the protein, jahe merah to improve, to make your body warm, and also daun katuk to enhance the breast milk production for lactating women. Next. This is a new food and beverage category, Kojima. Kojima representing Ko is korma, dates. G is jinten, black cumin, and Ma is madu. So it contains black cumin, dates, and madu. It's very important for wellness program. Next. Next. Modern herbalism. Okay, this is the new phytopharmaceuticals that being studied by Deltomed, oral dyslipidemia, oral hypoglycemic agent, immunostimulant, cough and cold, lactagoga, musculoskeletal, to be a phytopharmaceutical working with universities and also collaboration with other research institutions. Next. Standardized herbal medicine and phytopharmaceuticals is bridging between jamu and modern conventional medicine that can be used also in hospital by health professionals. So this is very strategic to meet the patient needs. Phytopharmaceutical already met the quality, efficacy, and safety requirements by the National Agency of Drug and Food Control, and it is already clinically proven. When the medical acceptance already built, and then the patient acceptance also will be good. This will be available in the hospitals and used by health professionals. Next. Summary and conclusion. Jamu is very important for our community and can be used for wellness tourism. We can provide product for wellness tourism in Indonesia. Next. 2 more slides, please, moderator. Modern herbalism, phytopharmaceuticals can be used for medical tourism. Instead of using medical, conventional medicine, we can provide phytopharmaceutical for medical tourism. Next. Next. Next, the last one. Yeah. We are now working to make jamu drinking, cultural jamu drinking, to be accepted and approved by UNESCO, as an intangible cultural heritage of the world.
Wow.
Please pray for our effort to make Jammu goes to UNESCO. Thank you for your kind attention.
Wow, that is fantastic. You know, like I would love to learn more about Jammu and the herbal. And I guess later on we can talk about the challenges after the presentation. Let's look into the challenges to bring Jammu and herbal to the market, Indonesia market as well as global. Thank you so much, Papa Victor. It's such a pleasure to learn about Jammu. It's so close to us. Mr. James Allen. Let's talk about the green workplace for well-being and disability, because I was told that JLL is actively involved in the development of the green building and now it's become the fastest growing segment in the industry. That would be something excellent to learn from.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, JLL is a commercial real estate advisor, and you're probably wondering, why is a commercial real estate advisor been invited to a wellness conference? Well, the main reason for this is commercial real estate design playbook is being driven by hospitality and wellness. In fact, office, hotels, leisure, retail, developers are all working much closer together to find ways of attracting people in a safe and healthy environment. So I hope this presentation I run through gives you some ideas about how you can grow your business in terms of thinking about the design element and how to attract people and retain people at your workplace and also your customers. First slide, please. So we're talking about workplace. It's about people, space, and technology. And now a lot of companies, particular multinationals, having to really entice their workforce back into the office, really pre-COVID. And the way we do this is, it's all driven by hospitality. Employees want that VIP service. They want to feel like a VIP when they come into our working environment. The space, there's got to be more choices. Huddles, booths, it's not just a plain office with lots of desks and chairs. And obviously technology is playing a huge part in that. I just want to point out facial recognition, although we see it on all the films and it's great to have and it all looks very trendy, actually you have to get employees to volunteer that because it is seen as private data. Next slide, please. This is a survey we did before the pandemic, 2020, 21 and 22. And the key points I want to make from this is good quality of life and work balance is now number one. Working in a company that ensures my health and well-being, number two. They weren't before the pandemic. So these are obviously hugely important. And this is just for the office environment. But I think that's great opportunities for many of you who've got companies and businesses in the wellness space that really can capitalize on this. Other surveys that have gone through in the United States now, it is compulsory for all employees to take their holiday allocation. You can't not take it, you don't get paid for it, you have to go and take that because it's part of wellness. That's good news for tourism because it means people are going to be going up and they're going to be doing things. In my lifetime, I do believe that we will get to a 4-day week. Now, those 3 days, people have got choices to make, where they're going to spend them. They're going to want to go to places where they could probably still work if they needed to, but again, it's a healthy environment and there's things for everyone in the family to do. And obviously that's going to drive a lot of wellness. Next slide, please. The future workplace, human-centric. It's all about the people experience. And I think that really counts for everything. And part of that people experience in the hospitality and tourism industry is obviously wellness and all these great things that we've been talking about. Everything from health and beauty, essential oils, food, activities, it's all in there and it's all part of that human experience. The good news is that this big driver is actually saving money. Now obviously we hear a lot about energy and sustainability right now, and obviously that is hugely important. All companies have goals, countries have goals, and there's been a huge push on that over the last 12 months. And we're seeing this can reduce cost on utility bills by 10%. So it's not only just good for the planet, it's good for your business as well. In terms of real estate, desk sharing, different ways of working. We call it hybrid working. So you don't go into an office now and necessarily have your own desk. You'll be sharing a desk. You'll have a locker and you'll go in and you'll use a certain part of the office that is right for your task at that time. And what will drive that task will be the type of furniture that's there. Enhancing, obviously, staff experience improves productivity. It also is huge for hiring and retaining talent and corporate image as well. So these are all very, very big plays. Next slide, please. Just want to give you a few visuals just in terms of some of the things we're looking at. Obviously, Zoom calls, Teams calls, we all spend our life on there. And, you know, and speaking to my fellow panelists before here, it's interesting when we talk about beauty, aging and health, that actually what's really driven that during COVID was the fact that people got to look at themselves when they're on Zoom and Team calls. And guess what? More adults got their teeth done during that time. People now caring about how they look. Hair, so it really plays into all that, the beauty and the anti-aging process. When you can see yourself 4 or 5 hours of the day when you're on a Teams call, believe me, it certainly kicks you into action about doing something about it. Number 2, the office remains the center of the future workplace ecosystem. And what I mean by that is there's lots of talk about work from anywhere, work from home. That is important, but don't forget that this hugely important to all companies is the fact that the office, it drives innovation, it drives brand, it drives teamwork, but it's got to be a place that people want to go to, and it's got to be a healthy environment. These are just some of the ideas that are going into the workplace, and this is very real right now. Next slide, please. So imagine the future. You look at some of the changes of the furniture. Can you imagine 10 years ago that you could sit in a booth and put your feet up on a stool? I mean, my boss wouldn't have tolerated that. But it's a different way of working now because we want people to be comfortable. What you have to remember now is we're not, MNC's offices, they're not just competing with Starbucks for a meeting venue or co-working. They're now competing with people's homes. And so you've got to have an office that's worth leaving your home for. Or in terms of Jakarta, where I live, worth sitting in your car for an hour to get to that office. Is it worth it? Has it got all those amenities around it that's going to make it a good experience for you? And so some of the design and furniture, and Google was very pioneering on this. Their offices are a place that you want to be in. They're exciting. Next slide, please. Again, just some more aspects on it. There's lots of greenery, lots of space. In most of the JLL office now, we actually have a wellness recharge space area. A lot of people have gymnasiums in there. A big one for us in Jakarta, obviously, is we've got a spectacular prayer room. That's very important to the culture here, and we don't want people to be compromised on when they can go and pray just because it's too far to go. So we provide those types of facilities. Now, obviously, when you're bringing all those amenities into the office, it means that people can achieve their daily goals as well as their work goals. And that de-stresses people, it's good for wellness, and it's good for productivity. Next slide, please. So sustainability, health and well-being. Obviously, indoor air quality is a huge play on this. In most offices that we're designing now and refitting, everybody has monitors on there to tell them what the air quality is in the building. And people have got to be accountable for that. It has to be a healthy space. Recycling facilities, obviously great for the environment, and people really get into that. We have a no plastic policy at JLL. There's no bins under desks. There's certain designated areas, so you've got to walk to the bins to put your rubbish away. And that also drives wellness, because it means people are moving, they're being active around the office. Energy savings we've touched on. Ergonomic design. Now this is huge, and for those in the hospitality industry here, just well-designed chairs are very, very important. Obviously during COVID period, a lot of people work from home, so a lot of people bought very high-end office furniture. When people now go to hotels, certainly I as a user, my wife, I've got 2 young children. I've still got to get onto work conference calls. I don't really want to have to go back to my hotel room to do that. I would much rather there was a really nice environment in the hotel where I could go and make my call, and I would have the similar type of office furniture that I'm used to in my office, i.e. high-end, a proper chair that's going to be very comfortable for me to sit in, and a good desk. And I think, you can all think about that in terms of your space, especially if you're customer-facing. Custom materials and obviously water are a given. I appreciate that's a slow burner here, and a lot of people, even when we were just bringing in water filters into our office, people were still more comfortable taking water from a machine. But that's really an education and a trust process. Next slide, please. So diversity and inclusion, physical accessibility, and neurodiversity. Obviously, I had to have a slide on this. I know that Solo is very proud that they're doing the Parrot Games at the moment, and quite rightly they should be. There is huge amounts being done to improve this, and I think really, if you look at signalling, signage, materials and colours, this is all neurodiversity. And a lot of people don't think about this when they're designing space. And what that's really playing to is people who are colourblind, people who are short-sighted, people who have bad hearing. These types of things are all solved by that. So just think about these elements when you're designing your space, because they are important and it makes it inclusive for everybody. Because disability is a huge range. Now obviously there's good standard building regulations right now for accessibility for wheelchairs in terms of lifts and ramps, but I think there should be much more focus on neurodiversity. I think that's a great opportunity. Look, I could speak for a long time on this topic. My time's already showing up, but I just hope that I've given you a flavour of the different types of things that you can do to grow your businesses by making it attractive, especially from that work-from-home user. Let's get them into your establishment, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, James. James Allen, very inspiring, and certainly I take notes about this sustainability, health and well-being workspace that's suitable for everyone, that make them maybe produce more, increasing the capacity, human capital certainly related to what is sustainability is about. Thank you so much for that initiative. That is a big learning for all of us. My next speaker, Nalendra, founder and CEO of Vice Steps Group. Let's talk about embracing local community travel. Just a little bit about this. It's actually invented quite early, at 2017. Right, 2017, with the ambition of transforming the tourism industry in Indonesia into a more sustainable and responsible system, where local communities can benefit from tourism while protecting their natural and cultural resources. Sounds fantastic, and we like to learn more, especially when he talks about Travel Foundation and your consulting. Please, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon all. Thank you for the moderator, Bu Yoke. And thank you as well for the organizer of this event, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And please allow me to introduce our company and a glance about us. Next. Yeah, before that, I will divide my presentation into three, the background and then what, the transformative wellness, and how actually we can involve the community and empower them to our wellness tourism products as a value added. Next. Yes, so we are a social business enterprise. Actually, we started our company from travel agent in 2017. We manage inbound market from Europe and then America and some of the Asian countries. And as we know that we're really hit by the pandemic, and lots of industry sectors, as travel agents, hotels, has really faced the really hard situations. So at 2020, we start to think and try to innovate in our company and start to establish another division, is One Step Foundation, is focused on the community development across some of the remote area in Indonesia. And One Step Consulting is more on work closely with the local government, national government, and also foreign government. And West Academy is more on the training platform for tourism. Next. Yeah, so as I mentioned, our vision is use the power of responsible tourism to transform the industry and people's lives in Indonesia. So yeah, our vision is how implement the sustainable tourism from the macro level to micro level. Next. Yeah, so the four of our division is working together, provide the integrated solution for our partners and our client to implement the sustainable and responsible tourism in their policy and then in their business operation, etc. Next. Yeah, this is our founders that we three of us try to aim that kind of visions, hopefully in the future. Next. Next. Yeah, this is a video. Maybe you can see that what we are doing from the One Step Travel. Maybe play this. So we promote more remote area in Indonesia instead of the mainstream destination. We have several products such as Woman's Journey and Transformational Journey. So it's based on the community development. It's fueled by the local wisdom. So the tourists can learn actually the thoughts of the community and then the wisdom of the community, so they can learn more and more. And one of our services also, as well, it's about the wellness and culinary tour across Bali and Java. Yeah, hopefully after pandemic we can survive. Yeah, okay. And then this is one of our portfolio for the One Step Consulting. We help and assist and collaborate with a tourism board in Surakarta and study about the readiness of the wellness destination and also the market survey of the behavior and the perception of the post-tourists. Next. Yeah, so we want to talk about what is actually the reason why we should involve and empower the community. Next. And also the wellness tourism itself. So yeah, this is quite interesting that a survey say that 75% of respondents have felt burned out of work. And 2 out of 5 employees in Indonesia experienced job stress during the pandemic. So we never feel like this before. And you know, in the last year, we couldn't move as free as before. So lots of people work from home and felt really stressful, especially for the work with the family. In one hand, we should you know, work with the deadline, and in the other hand, we should taking care of our families. So it's kind of really stressful. Next. Yeah, and then this is also a needs for travel for mental health. So travel actually can cope with the mental health problems and etc. So this is
the travel is not longer a luxurious things, but travel is now become our needs. Next. And what actually the transformative wellness travel? Because in One Step Travel, we always underline our products to be a transformative travel. And this is the difference between preventive wellness and experience wellness and transformative wellness travel. So we divide it into storytelling and emotional impact. So a wellness covered by the storytelling and have an emotional impact is potentially can give integrated experience. But transformative wellness, it depends on the travelers itself, whether they can change themselves after the travel, and then they can change themselves into a better person. So is it really important to put a storytelling into our wellness products to give the highest emotional impact? That's the role of the community storytelling and then community wisdom, etc. Next. So this is one of the best example. The Sixth Sense in Bhutan. They have 5 different lodges that can be explored. And each of the lodge, they have their own story based on the Bhutan unique pillars. If you know that Bhutan's not longer as a KPI as a gross domestic product, but they really stand for the gross national happiness. And then they have a local wisdom. And guests can experience spa, food, and then designs based on the 5 pillars of the Bhutan uniqueness. So it can provide the integrated experience for the tourists. The combine between the wellness and also the traditional local wisdom. Next. So how we can empower the community into our wellness tourism as a value chain. Next. Next. So yeah, one of the best example also in here, visitors can learn about the ancestral heritage of body fitness, body care, exercise is shaped by the local wisdom and also from the local community that can tell actually the history of that kind of products and services. Next. This is also interesting that the village tourism can be a wellness destination actually, because sometimes village tourism can teach us for the tourists from the urban area or from the city area that life is simple, yeah. So they can see day to day in the village. They see that the concept of the self-sufficient is really important to gain the happiness, because the happiness is the core of the good health for our body. Next. Next. Yeah, so we at Y-Step, at previous one. We at Y-Step Travel also have the products that combine between wellness and culinary tour, and also integrate with the some kind of the course conducted by the local community, dancing, and then how to cook with the local cuisines, with local wisdoms, so that the people who join our tour learning more and more. It's not just only product itself, but the history behind it, the storytelling behind it, that makes a wellness and culinary tour become the transformative wellness tour product. Next. So in conclusion, that we have to feature the non-tangible aspect in our wellness product, how the products can release the stress, not only just release the stress, but can transform travelers' mind, and then giving them back like a contribute to local livelihood and inspire people through journey. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nalendra. I take note on the local wisdom to make the difference and storytelling that creating the experience in tourism. Fantastic on the transformative wellness travel. Last but not least, let's look into value chain on aromatic industry. Mr. Robbie Gunawan as the CEO of Indesco. 50 years of Indesco. It's already 50 years old.
54.
54. Wow, a lot more. So it's transformed into Southeast Asia leading flavor and fragrance ingredients, food and beverage, food and wellness solution provider. Excellent. All
Thank
yours.
you. Thank you, Buyoka. Thank you for the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to talk about the value chain of aromatic industry. Basically, what I will talk about is the essential oil industry, which provide the ingredients for some of the wellness industry, particularly the aromatherapy. It's a key ingredient for the aromatherapy industry, as well as other industry related industry, and can be also used in the edu-tourism like what Rumah Atsiri has done. So let's start the presentation. Probably at the end of the presentation, I have a short video about Indesco, just to make it more tangible what we are discussing. Next. So let's start with the essential oil plant in Indonesia. We have, just by conservative estimate, 97 essential oil plant available in Indonesia, of which 25 already commercialized. Indonesia is a very high biodiversity area in the world with a very ideal climatic condition for many tropical aromatic plant, and many more opportunities to develop new essential oil in Indonesia. A lot of that has been identified, but it just has not been commercialized, and a lot more effort still needs in many different areas of Indonesia. Next. Next. Just to show a map of different essential oil plant in Indonesia. Many are available in Java, of course, but of course other island of Indonesia has many different product from Aceh all the way until Papua. Unfortunately, some of these plants are in endangered situation, like Gaharu or like some other plant in Papua. And we need to take a different effort to secure the future of those products. Next. These are the data that we got from Indonesian Essential Oil Council. I'm not going to go far on this slide, but basically it shows all the essential oil plant that has been commercialized in Indonesia, plus the volume produced, the approximate volume produced, the minimum and maximum approximation in the last 3 years. You will see that aside from turpentine oil, I'm not going to talk about turpentine oil because it's mostly controlled by Perhutani, and we export a lot of those products as a crude oil. But the four or the five most important essential oil out of Indonesia are clove or minyak cengkeh, patchouli oil or minyak nilam, citronella oil, kajeput oil, which is used a lot domestically in Indonesia for minyak telon, as well as nutmeg oil. So these oil represent more than 80% value of the essential oil industry in Indonesia, as well as the export potential of essential oil of Indonesia. Next. Let's talk about the economic footprint. If we just go all, I guess. So essential oil industry is quite unique because it's involved all the way to the grassroots level. So this industry, we have an export value of more than 400 million, probably closer to $500 million Indonesia is the world leader of patchouli oil, clove oil, and derivatives, nutmeg oil and citronella oil. So it's, Indonesia as a country is a very important exporter of these 4 commodities. The industry involves more than 3,000, what we call small cottage industry or field distilleries from Aceh all the way until eastern part of Indonesia. So that's provide a lot of the economic benefit to the local communities. At the same time, these cottage industries also provide employment for more than 200,000 farmers. So the biomass is obtained by cultivation plant from the farmers as well as some from the wild collection from the forest land. And the distiller fends for tens if not hundreds of farmers. Go ahead, next. These are the most important slide. It shows about the value chain of the industry from the farmers all the way until the retailer. So the traditional value chain is from the farmer to go to the field distiller, to go to the manufacturer or exporter. Company like Indeso is in a manufacturer or exporter, which then sell to the main user, the industry that use essential oil the most. And the traditional industry is like flavor and fragrance or pharmaceutical industry. But then this industry also sell to the FMCG company or the retailers. There are other retail users that is growing rapidly the last 5-10 years, which is the aromatherapy industry or the natural cosmetic industry. These are the 2 examples of other retail users. So if we look at this value chain, it tends to be long, and a lot of effort needs to be done to make sure that the people at the bottom of the value chain can benefit to this growth of the industry. Next. In this industry, we have what we call the council, the Indonesian Essential Oil Council, just a bit of word. It is established in 2007 as a government effort to make sure that all stakeholders is put under one voice and also has the same voice when we discuss on the future or strategic issue with the government agencies. Our main objective is to increase the use of essential oil through public seminar, training, knowledge sharing, as well as partnership with other NGO or organization. DAI or Dewan Atsiri Indonesia or Indonesian Essential Oil Council has been working actively with many international and national NGO in various projects such as the Indonesian Essential Oil Roadmap development, as well as improving the export readiness of SME members of the association. Next. Let's talk about the size of the business itself. So if we look at the recent report that is done by an agency, go ahead, next. The global essential oil market size is expected to grow from 8.75 billion to more than 18 billion in 2028. This represents a very robust 9.5% CAGR. So what's the reason of this growth? Next. So what are the key drivers of this growth? I can recall there are basically four key drivers of this growth. And a lot of this is related to what we call the wellness lifestyle or the healthy lifestyle. The first one and one of the strongest driver is the aromatherapy industry that is going mainstream, and what we call the functional or wellness perfumery now. It's a new trend that is following the aromatherapy. as well that utilize many essential oil as active ingredients. There is a speaker yesterday that talked about this as well. There is a demand from natural ingredients, either both essential oil as well as botanical extract, such as in pharmacy, to replace the traditional chemicals in many new applications, even in an area outside of the traditional segment of essential oil. An example is in the pesticide, biopesticide. The natural ingredients trend in many food and beverage segment, supporting the healthy lifestyle. You just need to walk outside. There are a lot of modern jamu drinks that support this. And the last one is not in Indonesia, but it's happening, is the opening of CBD and cannabinoid terpenes market in many parts of the world. In Southeast Asia, the first country that legalized CBD and opening this market is Thailand, actually, at the beginning of this year. So this is the end of the presentation. Thank you for the organizer.
Thank you so much, Pak Robbie. Wow, Pak Robbie, it seems like such a huge business, and from $8 billion to 18 billion within few years, and that is talking about a huge jump. How about standardization? How about grading, quality control, and all that? Is it part of the DAI?
Very much so. I think we are all bound by international standard, international regulatory that are getting stricter by the day. There are a lot of questions about the pesticide level, residue as well in some of our product. So it's getting tougher.
Oh, fantastic, yes.
But at the same time, it's also making sure that the user or the consumer are getting the right product.
Thank you so much, Pak Robbie. We have just talked about on how wellness and tourism provides wide range of opportunity for industry value chain. And we talk from one end to another, from the product that bring Indonesia as a destination, as a wellness to global market, from anti-aging that is now become the big trend, and people seems like looking into it as not only business prospect, but for really an integrated business. And again, the potential from modern herbalism and jamu through research and development, we can see huge potential in this business. Certainly, we're going to talk about the challenge in a few minutes, and then agree very much about sustainable initiative on how people, space, and technology hand in hand. At the end of the day, we want to increase human capital capacity through home, through a nice setup. That's how probably become the future of workspace. And then we talk about transformative wellness travel from Narendra as the local wisdom and storytelling playing an important role. And the last one was a value chain, aromatic industry of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quite intense. But again, when you look into this huge business and the potential in the future, it's something that we cannot just ignore. Basically, we take the learning, and then certainly this is just a taste of what we can go further, and we need to find out more from here. And the speakers are the expert, and let's give a big hand for all our speakers for their fantastic insight, and certainly something that inspire us to go deeper. And I'm gonna allow 3 questions from the audience. Yes, I got one questions, and then anyone else? Yep, temporarily we go, and then we're gonna open for online. Thank you. International audience. Yes, sir.
Bu Yoke, thank you. Pardon me, keep asking. My name is Ardantia. I'm part of private hospitals in Malang, East Java, gentlemen and ladies. We are really keen to develop what's so-called medical tourism, actually. But from the learning journey, we believe that we cannot do it ourselves. It has to be an ecosystem happening in doing so. I have two questions, Ibu Yoke, if I may. To Voice Travel, if I may to ask. Pak Narendra, what's the opportunity to create such a story experience traveling to Malang, East Java, and related to something to the healthcare or wellness, something like that. So I'd like to hear from your experience if you ever seeing how Bromo, Batu, and East Java has any chance to do it. So, and of course, that same question goes to Rajendra. Is that correct? Yes. And knowing the location of Malang itself is not as popular as Bali, of course, and others. So, how do we build a certain destination so that it can attract international tourism across Indonesia? So what's the catch to create that? That's the first question. The second question is to Ibu Doctor from CIDESCO, Ibu, if I may. So from healthcare, from the hospitals, we create a unit called an aesthetic centers, collaborating with dermatologists and aesthetic surgeons. Ibu, in terms of anti-agings, do you have any experience to create such anti-aging services with healthcare institutions that attracts wellness tourism, or something with tourism, you know, something like as a destinations. For example, going to Bali, healthcare, and then you're doing some aesthetics or anti-aging treatments and collaborating with the ecosystems around that. If you have any experiences, we would like to hear any insights. If not, probably you have some ideas how to develop such an idea. Thank you, Ibu Yoke.
Fantastic questions, very deep. All right, let's go for Narendra. Narendra, now you have an opportunity to create a storytelling for Malang and create that as a destination.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Yeah, as we know that Indonesia is really richness in terms of culture and then history, right? And I just came from Banyuwangi. It's actually a very interesting history because between Majapahit and Belambangan and the kingdom in the past times, and it's really give us a really rich history, right? When it comes to our products, wellness, etc., it's really important to connect between the history, between local culture, and etc. So the people when try to use our products in terms of wellness, we can tell the story behind it, and as well as the rempah-rempah or bahan used for the spas and etc. Can be like storytelling is very powerful. But in case in Malang, we need to dig what actually the story behind it, because you can like make a collaboration with Dinas Pariwisata as we did before with Dinas Pariwisata Banyuwangi, and they have in their office they have a little museum and the artifacts from the past kingdom, and it sometimes reconnect us in the past times, and they have a connection with the wellness itself. I mean, the artifacts when they do like, I don't know, like medicine and then herbals and some things. So while we deliver our products, then we can tell what kind of history that we related on that products. But again, maybe we have to research deep for the Malang and surrounding. So yeah, maybe we can talk later. Thanks.
Maybe we can talk about that business. But I do agree that you have to do a research, like go deep from the essence of the place, right? History, the lontar, everything that is related to heritage value. I think that is something that need to be highlighted. From there, then you look into the potential of the market, which market attracted for such. I think when you talk about sustainability, you talk about the wellness, you talk about the actual storytelling that relate to beauty, relate to health, relate to wellness. Anyone else would like to reply on that one? You familiar with Malang? How do you know Malang? Where is Malang? Tarararam. This is a test.
I don't know where Malan is, I'm sorry, but I'll answer you in a way I would answer to any question related to destination marketing. And so as a travel agent, when we need to promote a particular destination, we need to connect the dots, because most of the time, not every place is Bali where people would just come, have party and leave. That's what Bali I see mostly, and as a travel agent, Bali is not very much used to us, because people come on their own, they land from the flight, they have party on, they have good time, and they leave. They don't need travel agents like us. So going back to your question, what to do, how to promote a destination, it's really important to as a travel agent, how we promote a destination is that we have a fam trip to start with, where we invite media houses on a trip and lots of travel agents and influencer nowadays. Influencer in terms of travel industry. And we invite them on our trips, and when they go back, they write about that particular destination they visited, what is there to offer, what are the experiences are like, and there has to be a unique experience in that particular destination you are trying to promote. Because food is, you can get food everywhere, you can get, roads are everywhere and that sort of thing, but what that particular destination uniqueness is the mostly SOP. So that's what we do. We invite those, we organize those fam trips, and when those people go back, they write in their media or their magazines or on the TV, and influencers on their Instagram and Facebook, and that's the way to go nowadays. And also it's very important to connect the dots when you are making an itinerary and there is a new destination. You really need to look into the aspects like how long is the travel time between the two destinations. What is there to do? What is there to do? What the infrastructure is like? Are there good hospitals if things goes wrong? Because things do go wrong, and you need those hospitals. You need the air connectivity. So those sort of things, and also by attending fairs, just like Berlin Fair takes place, promote those destinations in those sort of travel trades, and it seems to work. It takes time. But once it is there, it works really well. So I would say that's the way to go to promote a destination and make sure that infrastructure and government support and local support is there.
Fantastic. So it's really local support is important, yeah?
Absolutely.
Government involvement when it comes to connectivity, accessibility, infrastructure.
Absolutely.
That is another crucial element. From there, inviting fam trips, top agents,
media houses, influencers.
Yes, that interested on sustainability,
Exactly.
community-based and wellness destination. I like the influencers, or now they call it as opinion makers.
Opinion makers. It just recently came up. It wasn't there 3-4 years ago. It just
Right.
really picked up, and it's helping.
Yes, because travel industry is growing, so certainly people and their connection is also growing. So then connecting the storytelling to highlight the uniqueness into what is tangible, accessibility, connectivity, as well as what do I miss?
The support from the local government.
Exactly. Okay. So good. So I hope that answered Bapak. And the next question is going to Ibu Liani. Ibu Liani, we talk about anti-aging tourism. How do we collaborate with Malang as a destination?
yeah, maybe in medical wellness in hospital, we must know what is the goal. That is a conventional goal, functional goal, or complementary goal. So we can create traditional, maybe from the ancient of Malang, make bridging which complementary in hospital. If you have dermatologist and aesthetic, that's only a physical characteristic, physical appearance, but actually more than that. Internists for the hormonal imbalance, brain for the mind, psychologists, because now is for business 3P, profit, planet, and people. And now medicine, not only body, mind, and soul, spirit. So we can combine for that wellness. Creating something in your hospital, because mind is the first brain is mind. The second brain is gut. If your gut problems, your longevity will be decreased. So we can do as a traditional massage, because body massage can make slim. Body massage can make you anti-aging too, and whole lifestyle, diet. What color do you eat? Because antioxidant in every color makes we like, if yellow, maybe more relaxed. That is functional medicine. That's a deep insight. Yeah, like that. You can create everything in your hospital, a unique creating, and a unique integrated creating, because now it's not only a simple one. Collaborating, integrating, and so on. Because if you are only aesthetic and dermatologist, maybe the competence of the doctor not the same. And here in Indonesia, many people trust abroad, going abroad. So better like traditional, because my experience when I bidding in Chicago, I'm not as a doctor. I'm a massager. And the massage, many types of massage can do therapeutic massage, not massage.
Yes, aromatic massage.
But therapeutic massage is unique massage.
Wonderful. So
Yes.
it has the added value.
Yeah, that's your added value. Combined with aromatic, combined with herb and spicy, here in Indonesia, it's a unique treatment maybe, because in Congress, come to Bali, that's traditional. I talk about traditional, not about medicine, not about high tech, but traditional, natural, nature.
So you're going to have this conference, international conference in Bali very soon, right?
Yes,
And
on
highlighting
September.
the traditional treatment,
Traditional
herbal
heritage of Indonesia.
traditional heritage of Indonesia. Fantastic. Let's give a big hand for Ibu. Luar biasa Ibu Liani. Semoga menjawab ya Bapak. Hope that answer. Thank you so much. And shall we ask? Shall we give another opportunity for one more person? Any further questions? That's it? I guess at this hour, normally people just gonna get sleepy. But it has been a fantastic discussion, and this has been recorded, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's plenty to talk about, there's plenty to learn, there's plenty to give and to share with our younger generation and the business development. So ladies and gentlemen, I guess we can close this session and with a big appreciation for all our speakers to share their thought. But before, I forgot one more. Before we go, you promised me to tell me the challenge of the modernization of herbal and jamu. The challenge. What are the challenge? Later on also Pak Robi, the challenge.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. The challenge of modern jamu is on the continuing supply of standardized plants.
Yes, that's what I thought.
For the moment, we don't have yet the biopharmaca plantation that can supply sustain with the good quality according to the standard mentioned in the Pharmacopoeia Herbal Indonesia. That is very important for standardized herbal medicine and phytopharmaceutical.
Okay.
But also for jamu.
All right.
If we rely on the raw material supply based on collected by...
From farmers?
Yeah. From a traditional collection, from door to door,
yep.
We cannot guarantee that our product will have a sustained quality and sustained efficacy and safety. That is the most challenge one, so that the industry can rely on good raw materials to produce a good quality modern herbalism.
Okay,
that is the
so
point.
that concludes that we will need to open up resources.
Yes, yes. It's
a
very potential business for those who are having a big land to cultivate certain potential plants like jahe merah, red gingers,
what else?
temulawak, kelor, but kelor can be obtained easily in the Nusa Tenggara Timur. That is very important for the,
the consistency,
modern
number of
jamu.
Supply.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sustain
fantastic.
with good quality
That's
materials.
what I thought.
Yeah.
I think supply is a challenge for
Yes.
us here to produce a consistency product. Thank you, Pak Victor and Pak Robi. Challenges. Maybe James also, your challenge to grow such a sustainable.
So very interesting because Pak Victor already mentioned one of the challenges. The challenges is, of course, the supply of biomass for the essential oil industry. I'm talking about more fundamental challenge for Indonesia, less and less people becoming farmers. The young generation are leaving the farming area, the village area. So that is a fundamental challenge for our essential oil industry. That's why we are promoting this industry to all the stakeholders through the council. And we are certainly now, many of our members are starting to work with plantation company and other businesses to try to create sustainable plantation of aromatic plants. So that's the challenges. The other challenge is, of course, climate change, which makes the harvest or the climatic condition more volatile or more uncertain.
Brilliant, because we all agree that we see the opportunity and we know the potential, but the supply chain need to be maintained, and this is another challenge that we all need to look at. But at the same time, opportunity for the next generation to look into farming as a sustainable business. Why not? Right? If the market is steady, the demand is there, supply is there, I think we can grow for a big sustainable business. Yes, sir. James, your challenge to create such a green movement, green initiative in the workplace.
Yeah, I mean, so...
In Indonesia.
Yeah, I think designing and implementing a new office space obviously is the investment. And a lot of people lease their office space, and so you have to wait until that lease comes up for expiry before you can make decisions on that. You know, without sounding doom and gloom, we're in a strange place in terms of globally, economically, and with supply chain constraints on some of the furniture and things coming in to do that, it makes it a bit more challenging at the moment, and a lot of people are sort of wait and see. So I'd really say it was the investment piece, and supply chain is really holding it back. I think everyone has good intentions. I think a lot of companies have now made public statements, including Indonesian companies, about their carbon footprint and how they're going to achieve those goals. I mean, in terms of carbon footprint, 40% of that globally comes from commercial office space. Sorry, commercial buildings, full stop. So real estate has got a huge part to play in that. But obviously, when it comes to fitting out people's space that they're taking from a company perspective, people are doing it for a lot of reasons. One, because it's the right thing to do. Two, corporate image. Three, hiring and retention. People want to work in a healthy, safe environment. They want to work for a company that's doing the right thing. So I think we're on a very positive journey here. We would all like it to go faster, but I think it's a place of no return now. So I think we're all in a good spot, and you know, you should be very proud of yourselves for the contribution you're making to that.
Yes, one step at a time, because changing a lifetime.
Baby steps. We want bigger steps.
Thank you, mini step. Thank you so much. Oh, I have a question online from Alexandrina. Alexandrina, does Vice Steps Travel have product programs that are concerned with climate change? Narendra, you can answer that.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I think climate change is one of the biggest issues nowadays, right? And since our travel established in 2017, we always offsetting our business process. So every dollar that spent to our company, I mean the travel package, the price is included the offsetting program. So all the emissions, it goes to one of our partners, Lindungi Hutan. So the emissions is converted to trees that can absorb the emission. And also this year we will launch the new programs called Sustainable Hospitality Journey, which is targeted to students and then academicians who wants to learn from the sustainable hotels, especially for the how to manage the waste and also manage the pollutions in terms of the hospitality business process. So yeah, we're still concerned on that, transform it into our new products this year maybe. Yeah.
Okay, get them to do a lot of activities that creating an impact for surrounding. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess time will stop us from sharing further, but this should not be the end of our communication. Please do stay in touch and learn more, because our job here is to keep on learning getting better and adopt to the new trend and looking into opportunities, especially when it comes to wellness and sustainable tourism. The business is there, opportunity is there, the market is there, the value chain, the industry is there. So what are we waiting for? I guess what we are waiting for is the collaboration, and let's the energy and the spirit grow. And I was told that together we are stronger, right? Thank you so much. So we have just talked about wellness travel. We talk about the market trend, business prospect of anti-aging, modern herbalism and jamu, green workplace, embracing local community travel and value chain. And ladies and gentlemen, let's again give a big hand for our speakers. And thank you so much for joining. And thank you for bringing sustainability as part of our business and togetherness. Thank you so much. And terima kasih semuanya. Nama saya Yoka Darmawan. Mohon maaf jika ada salah kata maupun perbuatan yang tidak berkenan. Terima kasih untuk tetap sabar dan ngobrol bersama di diskusi ini. Terima kasih. Selamat sore. Let's take photo together first. Ada Ibu Kiki. Ibu ada. Ibu ada.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Ibu Yoke Darmawan dan para narasumber pada sesi 2 yang telah memberikan banyak insight-insight menarik tentang health and wellness tourism, industry trends, and information dissemination. Baik, saya ingin sedikit memberi informasi kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin. Materi paparan dari narasumber panel diskusi dan workshop pada rangkaian IWTCF 2022 dapat diperoleh dari scan barcode di layar berikut ini. Dan mohon berkenan juga mengisi link survei resmi dari Panitia Nasional Penyelenggaraan Side Events G20 Indonesia, khususnya bidang pariwisata dan ekonomi kreatif pada barcode yang tersedia di layar juga. Kemudian Bapak Ibu dapat memilih working group dengan memilih atau select tourism working group. Baik, dengan berakhirnya sesi ini maka selesai sudah ragam panel diskusi untuk hari ini. Namun tenang saja karena di hari ketiga masih banyak diskusi menarik yang akan kita bahas dalam IWTCF 2022. Seperti halnya di panel diskusi kelima, kita akan membahas tentang inclusive business and investment, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan topik pembahasan tentang capacity development, reskilling and upskilling to stay relevant in the wellness industry dalam panel diskusi yang terakhir. Saya juga ingin menginformasikan kepada para tamu undangan semua yang telah terdaftar agar dapat mengikuti workshop setelah sesi ini berakhir. Ada 3 workshop. Yang pertama yaitu Complementary Therapy, a combination of medical and alternative for mind, body, and spirit yang akan diselenggarakan di meeting room 2 dan 3. Kemudian workshop yang kedua ada jamu making yang akan diselenggarakan di meeting room 4 dan 5. Dan yang ketiga ada 5 Flavor Cornerstone of Indonesian Heritage Food Culture di meeting room 7 dan 8. Jangan lupa tetap datang di IWTCF hari ketiga besok. Dapatkan limited souvenirs dari Wellness Center Siloam Hospital Group untuk peserta conference. Baik, sekian dari Kanya. Mohon maaf apabila ada kesalahan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampai jumpa besok.